Last we left off, the coterie, the dead man's hand, have been doing a lot of investigating in their own domain as to some of the problems that have been coming up. According to Raphael Singleton, the hound that sort of makes his domain here as well, there had been sightings of bodies missing hearts. And while there was some rudimentary cleanup done to sort of make this look like some kind of animal attack in the middle of suburbia, the rest of the cleanup had to be done by him. And thus, he hadn't really had a chance to investigate further as to who might be causing these attacks. But one thing was clear. Each of the bodies that he discovered was missing a heart. And so, hot on the trail of this investigation, Shriek put together some clues. Eventually finding himself at the hospital where a pair of individuals were being seen by a doctor known by the Camarilla as Dr. Keller, a known kindred in quantity amongst the Dallas domain. This pair had been seeking advice on the condition known as organovore, which, as Shriek does, followed these ladies back to their haven. And while trying to leave a discreet message about where to find help, he was discovered. And thus, the pair were... Well, let's just say that finding an individual in your home that you weren't expecting was exactly what they were feeling in that moment. And so, discreetly, Shriek sent out an SOS to Alex, who then in turn called Kane. Kane arriving first, and Alex only a few minutes after. But 3 members of the Dead Man's Hand are present here at this haven, where this pair of twins, Jordan and Julie, are now present in this particular scene. Anna, not carrying a phone, is perhaps doing something else we'll follow up with later tonight. But for now, most of the coterie is present here. And so, what do y'all wish to do? Julie and Jordan have taken a seat upon the couch. Kane is, well, likely sitting in a couch, looking intimidating. And Alex, you're only just arrived to the scene, kind of walking in through the front door.
Yeah, I remember I turned the chair around and I'm just sitting that kind of leaning, arms crossed on the top of the back of the chair with my chin on it, just kind of staring.
As you do.
When Alex does arrive, she arrives carrying a rather large, heavy-looking bag. And she looks like she's almost ready to walk into carnage, and looks slightly surprised when instead she sees Shriek, Kane sitting rather comfortably, and the 2 young girls that she had heard the voices of over Shriek's phone. Certainly not what I was expecting.
Well, that makes 2 of us. I didn't expect to see Shriek walking in here.
Well, mobile communications details should be kept to a minimum, particularly in current nights.
The two girls
I
just
feel I'm
look as if they're waiting for something bad to happen.
Excuse me, lady. It's a pleasure. My name is Alex.
I'm Jordan, and this is my sister Julie.
A pleasure, I'm sure. I feel I'm in need of a slight explanation.
Oh, meet the pair who ended up deciding to leave leftovers all over. You ended up right. You'll end up taking a note. I'm taking a guess here, but if I had to, I'm gonna end up guessing we got a couple of roses here, at least from preliminary research. We ended up finding out that the good doctor has been trying to assist them, but well, not in a way that's really ended up being helpful. They've been leaving leftovers and haven't really been acclimated to the current reality of their situation. They
Fantastic.
basically, yeah, they, as it turns out, despite the fact on how cute they are, they're not exactly matching the dining room furniture, so they got dumpstered. And now they're our problem.
So whoever made them couldn't be bothered to even...
They are clueless. They
And
didn't
that's,
even know what they were doing.
please. If the doctor would have ended up at least ended up informing them as to what the heck they were doing, or wanted to at least leave the problems in our backyard. Either way, since the doctor was the one doing all of the mentoring, and
We
I'm
should
going
have a
to guess
chat.
they haven't been, yeah, exactly right there, Maytag. So I'm thinking,
Attack.
bright idea, that we end up paying the doctor a visit. There's certain bodies that Jordan and Julie really should have ended up knowing about. I honestly think that we may want to just end up throwing this to the proper authorities and get it over with. Unfortunately, that doesn't solve the bigger issue. And ladies, you can relax. Surprisingly, you're not the bigger issue in this room right now.
You ladies don't know who made you. I'm understanding this.
Nope.
That's right.
I might have a way to find that out.
How?
Ooh.
Well, it's not a simple matter. But,
Do either of you have a spare Ouija board? Some incense, maybe?
thank you, Shriek.
I don't quite understand the joke.
Is
Oh.
It
there
sounded like a
a
joke.
is there a table or a seat by these girls that Alex can take?
Yeah, there's a coffee table right in front of them. They're kind of in the main living room.
She's going to make her way over to the coffee table and she's going to take a seat at it and she's going to take a hand for each. You know what you are, correct?
Vampires.
So if vampires are real, what else might be real?
I honestly don't know. Maybe neither.
Well, he just punched a mummy out last week.
Magic is real, lady. Magic is very real. And using some magic, I can find out who made you like that. But it is going to require some cooperation from you both.
I mean, sure, that would be nice to find out.
It is vital to find out.
I think they'll help out. I haven't even had to ask nicely yet. They've been very forthcoming.
Well, let's hope you don't have to ask nicely.
What? I don't understand why anyone would not be forthcoming. I mean, any help is good help, right?
I think at this point, yeah. But you have a lot of things to learn about this world that you've been brought into.
That's why we've been going to Dr. Keller. He's been helpful.
Not as much
I'm
as
glad
he
he's
should
at
have
least
been.
tried.
Well, he's a very busy man.
More than
Well,
you think.
let's do this magic first. Find out who made you. It will take me about an hour, she says, glancing over at Shriek.
Do you want to go see the doctor? Do you think you could handle this on your own? He says, looking at Alexandra.
You notice Alex seems to pointedly ignore Kane.
Fantastic. Oh, and Alex. If anything untoward were to go wrong, or I don't know, you suddenly are become very, very difficult to find for whatever reason. Well, that would be breaking some rules. And I'd rather
Understood.
not have to end up going about and finding out who broke those rules and finding them again.
I don't. This, no, we'll cooperate.
Good. But I'm not worried about you two. You lovely little roses wouldn't hurt a fly. Well, unless you're about to eat their heart. But that's a different bit, you know. Ooh, a Tory heart eater. Where have I heard that joke before?
Usually they just break hearts.
Now you've learned better.
Hmm.
Toodles, kids!
Kane's getting up. He's going to get to the door and turn around and look at Alex. Even as disrespectful as you've been, I came because you're an ally. Keep it up, and I might have to rethink our alliance. And he's just going to walk out of the door behind Shriek.
And Shriek closes the door and starts walking towards Kane's van. So what's with the lovers' quarrel?
Ah, she can be a royal bitch. She insulted people that I think highly of.
Oh, goody. If that's all it took.
Respect is a very big thing to me, Shriek.
Well, think you better start learning the game a little bit more. Respect, different thing, especially in this world.
Hmm.
So, let's get this over with. To the hospital. We're gonna go and say hi to the doctor.
Can do.
And if anybody ends up trying to stop us, I'm gonna let you handle them. I'm not in the mood.
That is easy.
All right. Well, Shriek and Kane are off to go and see Dr. Keller once more. Alex, you have two lovely ladies right in front of you.
I apologize for the boys, ladies. Sometimes they can be a little... what's the word? Abrasive.
I think that can sum it up, yeah.
They mean well, though.
Meanwhile, the redhead broke into our home.
That's what he does. Yes. And he's very good at it. I'm amazed that you even caught him.
Well, it
You must
took
have
some
quite
effort.
a set of eyes on you.
Well, I do, Jordan says. And Julie doesn't. She can't see those kinds of things.
That gift, the ability to be able to see things that others can't, it has a name. Called Auspex.
Yeah, we've heard that term.
It's very handy. Now, this spell, this ritual,
It's real magic.
real magic. Something special that's only attached to a few bloodlines. She stands up and looks around. Do you mind if I draw on your table here with chalk?
It's washable, right?
Of course.
I'd hate for it to be ruined.
I'll try my best not to ruin.
You get nods from both of them.
Alex goes digging through her bag and she pulls out a box of chalk. Pulls out a silver goblet. And she starts to draw on the table. She draws a large square filled with various symbols and runes. And she places the goblet in the middle. Now I'm going to need the blood of one of you.
That's where things get a little complicated. See, Julie, when she gets too hungry, are you sure it's okay to tell them, Jordan? They're gonna help us. Somebody has to know something about what's happened to you. She has to eat hearts.
Quite the condition. Coffee, what would Alex know about this particular condition?
Intelligent occult.
Yay, my wheelhouse.
Yay. That's what you're good at.
Yeah. Would I get my blood magic specialty in this?
Um, not particularly, because it's not about blood
Okay.
magic. It's about the vampire condition in general. Ooh,
I would like to willpower
that is a messy
3
crit
of
so
those.
far. Yep. Now, to be fair, to be clear, are you changing that from attempting to change that from a messy crit into something else? Or are you just
Yeah,
adding more
I
successes?
will. I will attempt to change that 10, and I kind of re-roll 2 of the fails as well.
Okay.
Oof.
Still the messy crit, but it also adds one more success to your pool. So you have a total of, let's see, because the 10 stays the same, you get one extra success. That's 3. 3 and 2 is 5, bumps up to 7. Okay. 7 successes on a messy crit.
Mm-hmm.
So while this is you kind of pooling your thoughts together about this condition, the very few clues that you have about it, it sets off alarm bells in your head immediately. The rare condition of Organivore. It is, by all accounts, a particularly rare condition that some vampires in the world have as part of their, whether it's tied to their bloodline, whether it's tied to when they were made, how they were made. It's hard to really know because of how rare it is. It does seem to be a bit random as far as the background of an individual and whether that's going to manifest in them or not. But it is common enough for you as a specialist in the occult, be it in vampire and in the mundane, that the known quantity is it's not curable. It's manageable, but not curable. And manageable by all accounts that a person, a kindred who is an organivore, will likely spiral closer and more quickly than your average vampire when it comes to how close they become to their beast. It is it is a condition that requires either the mutilation or death of individuals. It is something that Julie will have to come to terms with and eventually become sort of closer to that bestial nature that all vampires try to avoid. Unless she is extremely lucky.
This condition, it's known as Organivore. Particularly rare amongst and unfortunate. You've heard or felt that monster, the beast, primal urge inside of you that now comes along with your condition. Correct?
Right. If I don't get what I need, then I just lash out.
It takes over. There is a theory that blood of a kindred has its own sentience, in a sense, outside of our more human life. And it comes down from our forefathers.
You mean
when
this?
we don't feed, it becomes louder, harder to control.
Uh-huh.
So we must do what we can to keep fed where possible.
Right.
Your condition, unfortunately, requires that people will die around you. It's inevitable.
I don't want to do that. I hate it.
Nobody wants to do that.
It's awful.
I will have to do more research on it. But there should be ways to manage your hunger a little better. Is the heart the only part that you can eat?
It's the only thing that tastes good.
But is it the only thing that sates your hunger?
I'm not picky. If God, I don't even like talking about it. It's disgusting.
But it is the fate that you've been saddled with. And I am so sorry that this is something that you have been saddled with. Oftentimes, the world that you've been brought into now is cruel beyond measure. But we make the best of it, where it's possible.
I don't know how this could be any better.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, she was just saying, I don't know how this could be any better. At all.
Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a favor? Can you check which mic you're using in the thing? Because I wanted to say this earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt the scenes. It's just a good point for me. Because you do sound a little bit different than normal. Normally you're a little bit louder.
Oh, haha. There we go.
There we go.
There we are.
Sorry, I was using the wrong mic for Discord. Nobody on the stream would have known that.
No, I noticed about right about quarter into the scenes. I just didn't want to interrupt and break the flow.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, guys. All right. But yeah,
Your name is Julie, right?
Yes.
Well, Julie, as horrible as it is, the best thing that you can do is to minimize the number of people that you hurt. If you can get multiple meals off of one person, as horrible as it sounds.
That sounds awful.
It does. But sadly, that's your reality. It's something you'll have to come to terms with.
Why?
And when you look at it, why? Because the alternative is death. That's why.
If I'm gonna be that much of a burden to Jordan or to anyone else, you are not a burden to me, Julie. We're in this together. You have been having to make up for the fact that I've been killing people this whole time, Jordan. I don't want to keep doing that to you.
So you can learn to do it yourself and to clean up your mess. Something you're capable of. You don't strike me as a foolish girl.
And you do see that Julie is starting to cry bloody tears.
Alex is going to reach up and gently wipe the tears away from her eyes. You want to live.
I don't know anymore.
Understandable. But let's
Stop
focus on
talking
the
like
now.
that, Julie. I don't want to be a bother, Julie continues to say.
You're not a bother.
I already have been, though. According to, what was his name, Shriek? I've been doing things wrong this entire time.
But that's not your fault. That's the fault of the one that made you. Irresponsibly, you didn't bother to blame anything to either of you. That's their fault. And that's where your blame should be.
Is it common that we just get abandoned?
No. Not in our sector.
But
Think
there are
of-
people who do that.
Unfortunately, yes. In our city, our kind has its own governing. We have a prince and a set of laws that we all have to follow. Those laws include getting permission before making new children, before making people like you. There are other sectors of our society that don't have those laws. And that's where it's most common for young children such as yourselves to be caught up in the wave of confusion that being abandoned by your sire brings. We try to stop this sort of stuff from happening where we can.
The only thing that's really been kind of helpful is just watching all the vampire movies we can.
I apologize. Hollywood does not do this well justice.
But it's the closest thing that we have to any kind of realness, I guess, to this whole thing.
Not anymore.
Your help's gonna be costly, isn't it?
That depends on what happens from here. But let's first focus on finding out who made you, so that person can be brought to the justice of law.
And if they didn't know?
Then that's not for me to decide what happens to you. That's for the people that uphold our rules.
Does that mean that What's that gonna mean for us? I mean, closure, maybe a little bit, sure.
It means there is a potential for you to be put with somebody who will teach you, who will give you a comprehensive education about the world that you're now in.
You said a chance. It's not a
Yes.
guarantee.
No. If there is no one suitable, well, it's always an if.
I don't like ifs.
I will do what I can. You're both, after all, innocent in this.
Well, if you only need blood from one of us, Jordan speaks up, then it makes sense that it would be me.
Perfect. From her bag, Alex is going to pull this rather ornate looking black bladed knife. And she's going to hold out her hand for Jordan's.
All right. And Jordan, reluctantly, but provides her wrist to you.
Now, remember, this will heal. She pulls Jordan's hand over the cup, over the goblet, and she slits her wrist.
At first, Jordan is rather scared that you've done this, as it might be the very first injury as a vampire that she's ever taken. But also notices that the blood doesn't just burst from a vein. It doesn't move until it kind of looks like she's making it, like with a face, like she's making a face, like she's putting effort into the vitae coming out of her wrist.
Good.
And she will rouse. Let me find her sheet. I don't know where her sheet went. I'll just roll a d10. She does get a little hungrier. And you can see that she doesn't want to let it go.
Doesn't want to let that bite take it.
Exactly. Because she knows how hard it is for Julie to feed. Feeding herself is, well, may be difficult, may not be. But you can definitely see that she's not happy about it.
Once the cup is full, Alex is going to do the same to her own hand, her own wrist, slicing it and letting the vitae drip into the cup.
We also didn't talk about your compulsion.
In
In the fact that you got a messy crit.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it seems only fitting that the amount of vitae that you're pulling into this goblet is causing you to be
Hungry.
somewhat obsessed with your own hunger. You can barely concentrate on anything but the vitae in the cup. So you are going to be at a hunger penalty for your ritual rolls and any other roll that doesn't involve hunting or feeding.
Yep.
For the remainder of
Okay.
the scene.
So she is going to bleed her own blood into the goblet. I don't see where it says how much it's actually going to cost me.
Rituals are often one rouse check.
I will just do a rouse check then.
Yeah, it's in the descriptor. It's not in the actual ritual itself because all rituals kind of go under the same mechanical rules. The descriptor just tells you what the defense is or what
it's just
different things.
written weird.
And you also are getting hungrier. Even more, that obsession is taking over you.
Regardless, this needs to be done.
And with the chalk, the goblet, the blood, the ingredients that you have ground into that blood, all prepared over the course of this hour of conversation and sort of stewing in your own hunger, really. I would like your ritual roll, which I believe is an intelligence and blood sorcery.
Plus bloods is... What are my blood sorcery? Is it 3? I hope this rolls right.
You're at blood sorcery blood sorcery 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And I believe this is a level 1 ritual, so the difficulty is 2+.
And then it's a neg 1.
No, it's neg 2 on your dice pool.
Neg 2. Work? No, that didn't do it right. Okay.
Yep, it would be intelligence, blood sorcery, and then neg 2 for a modifier.
I'm just going to do the blood sorcery. It's the same stuff.
Yep. Okay. And you did that at the -2 penalty?
Yep, that was at the -2.
Oh, okay. You have a pretty good dice pool then. So you've got your 2 successes. So you do meet the difficulty level. So, Blood Walk and Taste for Blood can be used in that same roll. So I'm going to allow you to have all of the information that is available to both sets, both the ritual and the power.
Yeah.
Because Taste for Blood does not require a rouse. So, in this collection of information that you have swallowed down for the purposes of hunger, this does not sate your hunger at all. It actually teases you a little bit more than it probably ought to. So, questions that you are able to answer with Blood Walk and Taste for Blood. So, I don't know those right offhand, but...
Allows the user to learn the generation and name of the subject as well as the subject's sire. A critical win also informs the user of any blood bonds active on the subject as regnant or thrall.
Okay. And that's
for
Taste of Blood?
Walk.
Oh, that's Blood Walk.
Blood Walk. And Taste of Blood. With a win, the user can determine the resonance and intensity of the blood if human. They can also identify whether the blood belongs to a mortal, ghoul, or vampire, or other supernatural creature.
Okay.
Tasting Vitae also determines the relative blood potency of the vampire.
Okay.
So their blood potency, who their sire is, and their generation.
Okay. Well, they're definitely kindred. That much is obvious right off the bat. And you get the sense that they're relatively young because their blood is very very similar to your own in the potency of it. So you kind of taste the sort of viscosity of the vitae, and you can determine that theirs is about similar to what you expect for yourself. And so that gives you the general idea of their blood potency. Their generation is 13th. So they're about the same as you again. And their names, the name of the individual, her name is Jordan, and that's I don't have a last name, so
That's fine.
she's just called Jordan. But Sire's name is not a name you recognize. In fact, give me an intelligence politics.
Gonna be crap. And a -2 again.
Yep. Yeah, it is not. It's not like you get the name as in there is a word that describes the person who gave them their own life. It's more like a taste, and it's strange. This is the first time that you're really using this particular ritual successfully, so it catches you a little off guard that just how this information comes to you. You know that when she says that her name is Jordan, she is telling the truth. You know that when she tells you that she is young, she is telling the truth. That they're relatively new, they're telling the truth. It's like some kind of a
Confirmation.
almost a confirmation, yeah. When they say they don't know who their sire is, it makes sense because you don't either. It's like an image that's kind of fuzzy, kind of appears in your mind, and you try to think, who does that look like? Who is that? And it is you. So you kind of fish through your own thoughts, but you're so distracted by the fact that you can't stop thinking about the fact that you just drank blood and it's not satiated you, that you're having a hard time thinking about what this foggy sort of image of a person means.
I would like to take note of everything I possibly can about this person's appearance. Everything that I can possibly glean.
You're pretty well versed in the goings on of Elysium, and you've seen a number of kindred that are both kind of on your own personal level, and as well as those who are higher up from you. It does not match any of their faces. This is someone totally alien to you.
So there is a high chance that this person is not even Camarilla.
Highly likely. That much is for certain. As long as you've been here in Dallas, it is not a face that you're even vaguely familiar with.
As she's seeing all of this, she starts to frown and she looks incredibly perplexed.
What is it? Julie says.
The person that made you is not from this city.
How do you know?
Magic, my dear.
Right.
Although you're not a thin-blooded vampire, you're at the same potency, same thickness to your blood as I am.
Thickness.
But if you were to make one of our own kind, they wouldn't quite be... They would still be mostly human.
Oh.
That's not a good thing. Your sire is not from this city. And there's a good chance that they are not from the same sect. Remember how I was talking about vampires and our laws?
Uh-huh.
And how we have a government in this city
Mm-hmm.
and kindred that follow the rules of that government.
Mm-hmm.
The one that made you does not follow that government or any of the many governments around the world.
What does that mean?
It means they're a rogue. It means that they could potentially be dangerous to kindred in this city. And it makes it even more vital that we get you up to speed and get you formally introduced.
Alex, you would know the next Primogen meeting is in the next night or two.
Jordan,
Mm.
you don't feed the same way as your sister, correct?
It's a bit different. We usually go together.
You simply need blood?
Yeah, I don't need that. It's the same sort of things.
And how do you go about getting it?
Well, usually we share. But if that means that I'm gonna have to go it alone, now that I mean, I can make it work.
You don't have to go it alone. I'm assuming that the way that you feed is through something akin to a mugging.
Pretty similar.
And how well fed would you say you are right now?
I'm okay. I mean, I could use a snack, I suppose would be the best way to describe it.
So you're a little hungry.
A little.
And how are you faring at the moment, Julie?
I could eat. But I don't want to.
I'm going to introduce you to a group of people. Members of the government that I was telling you. Specifically, the government for our kind. Now, it's very important that you are as well fed as possible at this meeting. It's also important that you tell no one about it. Can you do that?
Not even Dr. Keller?
Not even Dr. Keller. Shriek and Kane will speak to Dr. Keller.
They're not gonna hurt him, are they?
Not unless he gives them a reason to. Our laws certainly restrict us from causing major harm to one another. So you have no need to fear for Dr. Keller.
Which I think is a fantastic segue for getting our vampires to the hospital where Dr. Keller actually resides. So,
On the way. Oh, sorry.
oh, go ahead.
I want to say on the way, Kane would like to say a couple things to Shriek before we get there, or as we're walking up.
Okay, yeah, y'all can walk and talk.
So, Shriek, what do you think of the twins?
You asking my professional opinion or personal?
I figure if I do both, I might find something true in between.
Well, that's one way to go gold digging, I suppose. Alright, let's throw a hypothetical out right now. On one portion of this hypothetical, we end up here taking the kids at their word. I know, rough bit, but you know, they got that kind of face, you know, pitiful. And what they're going to end up eventually having to end up coming to the conclusion of is that we're going to have to figure out whether ride or die, or if we're going to have to end up figuring out that one of them's about to go ape. Either way, the problem here mostly stems down to the fact that no one's introduced them, and the good doctor knows the rules. So why did he have them decide to drop trow and take a dump in our litter box?
Could be amusement. But most people have an agenda of some kind.
He's a doctor. He ain't that stupid. So, one of two things I'm thinking of is either he thought he can get away with it, or it's plausible deniability. The question is which one's it going to be? The big question there comes into is who's going to ash the twins?
Oh. I don't like that they were just dumped.
I don't have to like it either, but the rules are the rules.
I know.
And
The big thing I'm wondering is where your head's at. Are you for washing your hands, or should we try to help them?
help them. Help them.
Or
Darling.
help them, give them a chance would be a better way. Because I don't think anybody can help anybody in this world.
Aren't you just a philosopher? All right. Let's look this over for a second. All right. Let's say for 1 second we say we're going to stick our necks out for these two. Best case scenario, right? Best case is that we have a organivore. We got to end up figuring out how to feed without accumulating a whole bunch of bodies while having a whole bunch of missing person posters plastered all over the place of horrible looking mugshots that shouldn't even make it to print, far less a cheap paper. Some of them might even be on milk cartons, and those are going to be staring at us every single day for eternity, or until the milk carton goes out of press and we convert to bags like Canada.
Wait, they have milk in bags?
Try and keep up. So, with that in mind, are you the one who wants to be able to end up keeping up with this? I mean,
the reason I ask is I might have an idea if that was the case of what we were going to do.
okay. Again, let's walk through this. They also become our responsibility. Now, if they become our responsibility, right, walk through this. Who is it at the end of it all that is ultimately responsible for that amount of deaths and that many potential breaches? If we had this easy of a time finding them, how fast do you think that they'll be caught by something else or someone else?
Well, they would have to be taught.
Teaching doesn't fix their feeding habit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I might have a bodiless way of doing this. And if it does occur another one, I'm a lot better at cleaning up than they are. That's all I was saying. I just want to know where
That's a
your
great
head...
short-term solution. I'm not talking about 5-year plan. I'm talking 500-year plan here. Okay? And all of this hinges on one simple thing. You being able to demand to the prince that these two are exceptions to the traditions that end up maintaining our whole survival. That we have to throw out the traditions of, the sire is responsible for the child, bring them into his domain, present yourself, being able to end up avoiding embracing without somebody's permission, lest that creator and the child are be destroyed. Those kind of rules. And God knows what else they probably ended up breaking along the way. Now, ignorance is not going to pardon that. We are talking about a prince who systematically went through and annihilated almost every bit of dissension in this city. What the hell makes you think he's suddenly going to have a bleeding heart over a couple of roses? Because I'm going to give you a little bit of inside baseball here, big guy.
I know. Oil and water for those two clans. I get all this. I know all this. I'm asking where your head's at. What do you want to do?
Pretend that I'm growing old. Look, either way this shakes out, it's going to end badly for somebody. And I want that somebody not to be me.
Understandable.
And I'm sorry that I don't have your altruistic nature. Is, your clan's known for that kind of thing.
Hmm.
But that's besides the point. Okay? The point is that whatever I want for those two is outside of our hands. As much as I love the idea of us being able to showcase as Primogen that, yes, we're able to end up handling this problem, our authority, such as it is, doesn't exactly extend past the prince.
No, I'm not
So,
saying that. I'm just asking because we're in this together, all of four of us. Do we stick our necks out, or do we just let it fall where they may?
on one of
That's
those
the big
questions.
question. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. And you want to help them because they're cute.
Not
Aren't
really
they
because they're
adorable?
cute. Well, they are adorable, but I just...
You want to
I,
help them because you think that that's the right thing to do. Turn a blind eye to, their sensibilities, what they're inclined to do, what they have to do just to end up surviving, and what they inevitably bring. You ever see what happens when you put too many beta fish in a single bowl? Exceptions do you think the prince is going to make? Hmm? How
no.
many? How many more beta fish do you think can end up in a bowl before something goes off like it's probably about to the second we walk into that office?
Yeah, like I said, I just didn't like it, but
Yeah, well,
it's
there's a
not my
lot. Yeah,
call.
there's a lot I'm not gonna like about this scenario. I don't like being here right now with this discussion, but we're having it because it needs to happen, right? Come on, Maytag. You might end up. You keep telling me how smart you are. Tell me on how the hell this plays out in any positive role. Give me that golden. Give me that golden scenario. The prince pardons them, accepts them. You're gonna be their proxy sire. Is that what's gonna be?
I don't think I'm qualified for that.
Yeah, well, you better learn to step up if you want to end up doing it, because if you don't, it's their ass. So again, I'm gonna ask you, how cute are they? Hmm? That's the problem. You see, nobody wants to do it because they're either going to come up with an excuse, like you did, or the
No,
people who are going to do it are going to end
I
up
want to,
using.
but I don't even know all the rules.
Yeah, that's my point.
But
You
if
get
it
a
takes that,
pass. You get a
I
pass
will.
for a little bit. You won't. Not because you won't stand up, but because bluntly it's going to be made very evident that you struggle with the rules as it is. So them learning from you is probably a bad idea. Everything you do and say will be used against you. That's the game, like I pointed out to you.
Yeah.
So, that as the sword of Damocles, what incentive does anybody have to save them? Hmm? And please don't tell me the goodness of their heart.
Well, if you want to think in the way of loss and gain,
It's all loss. Trig thinks about it and smirks. It's all loss.
I just think anything can have potential. And
Follow
they
me.
didn't get a choice.
Oh, please, don't give me that line. Please. Didn't have a choice. That's so cute. Yeah, I'm sure that's just gonna suddenly make everybody stand up and say, "Oh,
No,
suddenly all is well." So,
I think that's
but
the
you,
only thing that a lot of us have in common is we never had the choice.
yeah. So what the fuck makes them the exception? Hmm? Just saying, Maytag. These things, I'd like it to be just a pinch more in the realistic side, and I have an idea, but we're gonna have to see how this plays out. So let's go and see, because I got a date with a doctor.
Let's do that. We can figure out everything else later. And Kane will walk into the hospital with Shriek.
All right. So how do you go about finding Shriek? You personally know where to find uh, Dr. Keller. He's in the uh, he is in the mental health ward of the hospital. As a lot of
Well, there's
this.
usually a board in most medical places that of different wards and who staffs them.
Rico already knows where the office is.
Mm-hmm.
If Shriek knows where he's going, Maytag would follow.
Like how you're calling him a tattoo. God damn it.
He's built like a fridge.
He is. He's built like a fridge.
Hey, if it works for football players having nicknames like that, an ex-MMA fighter that's built like a wall, he's
Mm,
not above having a nickname.
it's true. It's true. There is a lot of muscle under that dad bod.
All right, let's. I get to the door, and I wrap my knuckles on it.
You hear from the other side of the door. Yes?
Need to talk about a pair of roses.
After a moment, you hear the the getting up from a chair, the walking over to the door, the unlocking of a door, and the opening of a door to indicate that you have indeed met someone who is residing inside of Dr. Keller's office. Whether this is him or not, you've not seen his face prior to this before, unless
Didn't we have a talk with him at Elysium?
you may have. I don't recall.
I'm pretty sure that was where.
Shriek, yeah, that you Shriek has
Yeah.
because you definitely stated that last week.
Okay, yeah, then yeah, you've seen Dr. Keller before and maybe have spoken to him. I don't recall the exact details of that, but Kane, you're not super familiar with anyone in court, so it's you assume that what the door says is what's true.
Good evening, Dr. Keller. Might we come into your humble abode?
Come in. He ushers you in.
Dr. Ian Keller, this is Kay. No, not the one you're thinking of, but results may vary.
Kane would
Cute.
just nod and then keep staring at him.
Very cute.
I
And
try to be, and I'm so glad I succeed. He closes the door after Kane comes in, walks in. Might we sit down? I think a small conversation is warranted, Dr. Keller.
yes, let's get straight to business. I do have a busy schedule to keep.
Well, it's been cleared. Because I'm sure that right now there's a conflict of interest that's going on, and it just breaks my heart to know that this whole business could have been avoided. But before things escalate, I thought I would hear your side of the story.
You obviously have questions. Ask your questions.
Don't want to give away too much of the game.
Neither do I. So, make this quick.
Okay. Haven't seen those two around in court. Pretty sure they need to be introduced. And you don't strike me as the fashionista I would expect to be looking at such a pair of lovely specimens.
And if I recall, the next Elysium in which to do so is next month.
Who's their sire?
I don't know.
I would like to insight that.
Go for it.
I will assist on that, actually.
It would be separate roles.
Okay.
I'm guessing wits.
Yep, what's an insight?
And I'm going to detect lies would constitute as a bonus, I'm presuming?
You can use it to your advantage, yes. Whether he's lying or not is not.
I'm going to rouse the blood,
Okay.
too, because I want to know if he knows this.
Yeah, because you're intending to detect lies, that's the possibility. Whether it is a lie or not, that's another question.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, baby. I could even re-roll that to go higher. I can see this man's soul.
There's what you can do without aspects.
Yeah, there is some room in there that if you wanted to double crit.
You know what?
Are you willing to spend a willpower on a double crit?
Yes. Not a double crit, but another success.
Yes.
And then I'm good. Oh, that's where I get the 10. Dirty son of a bitch.
Shriek. Yeah, he's. You get the sense that this man is experienced with questions, both answering and asking. The fact that he's hard enough to read at this point should be telling you that you're probably dealing above your weight class, but
not unused to that.
Not unused to that, being a very young Primogen that you are. Now, Kane, you almost can read him like a book. When he says he doesn't know, it is true that he doesn't know yet. That maybe there's an intention that you see in him too, that he also may be investigating these two. And for the remainder of this conversation, that particular insights check will stand, and if he needs to make a roll against you, he will.
Okay. Now, Doctor, tell us what you do know and what you plan to do, because I'm sure someone as smart as you might have a line on who it might be or how to find out. He answers or asks nicely, and I don't. And
Obviously.
Please don't let me hear the words patient confidentiality come out of your mouth. I might lose my temper.
After all, I'm pretty sure the confidentiality records applies to mortals.
And it does. Jordan and Julie came to me because I am really the only person in this domain that's really has any kind of experience in dealing with the oddities of the kindred condition.
So you were referred.
Sort of. They happened to be here. I happened to come across them.
He got an eye for these things, I'm sure.
I should.
Wow. See, if this was just about these two, I wouldn't be here.
No, you're more interested in finding out who their sire is, and that's the real question, isn't it? Obviously.
No, not really. Couldn't care, actually. No, what I actually care about is the fact that these two, under your tutelage, under your charge, decide to end up dropping their panties and end up taking a squat in our backyard.
I cannot control where they feed.
Oh, you could have told them at least stay in this area. You could have told them not to end up going about, but you didn't.
The lines between our two domains are very blurry, Mr. Shriek.
That may be the case, but you also knew what kind of problems it can come up if there was any contesting. But I can assure you, a lot of those corpses they ended up leaving, it's amazing on how many pins ended up going on stuff that is firmly in our domain. Least you could have done was introduce us. After all, if the Hound found them first, I hate to think on what would have happened. And that would have killed your lead. Wouldn't it?
So what do you want to know?
I want to know why this happened. Why is it that you, Dr. Keller, a man of your intelligence and your experience and your knowledge, couldn't see a conflict of interest in the blatantly obvious? Already holding a pair that are not claimed is a problem. And if we would have
because you're the primogen of the reclaimed, yes?
That's what we're operating on, and I intend to fulfill my duties to the letter.
That's assuming that they aren't just anarch plants.
That could be the case, and absolutely could be. That would imply a job that would be suited for, I don't know. Kane, would you be able to think of anybody who would be more suited to the task of weeding out anarch plants? Do we have somebody like that? Almost a division of some sort?
I think there might be. But then
sure
again, he would have had to actually tell someone something. And that's the big thing.
Now, right now, you put us in this conflict of interest. I'm trying to ascertain as to why. Is it because of the youth of our particular coterie? I understand you may not take our role as seriously as we do, and for that I fully understand.
The only reason that you're in the position that you're in is because of Brocado.
Because if the reclaimed isn't led, the problems that typically happen amongst the reclaimed then become your problems. And that's our job, to try and end up minimalizing that to the best of our capability. So our headaches don't become your headaches. Makes sense, correct?
Get to your point.
This was sloppy. We want to know why it is that they were allowed to pop a squat over our domain. We would like to end up being able to ascertain as to what exactly ended up happening through this whole piece, because at this exact moment, well, because of this conflict, I'm forced to now bring on the sheriff. And he's going to want answers as well. I imagine that is going to be irksome for everybody. I'm trying to understand why it is that this painful process is supposed to happen in the first place by our own laws, and I have no intention of ignoring the prince's decree.
And neither do I.
You violated the rules of domain.
I have
You
done
accepted
no
them as
such
your
thing.
charge.
I
And
have
the
done
moment
no
you
such
took them
thing.
under your charge, they became yours by right of progeny.
No, they have not.
Oh.
I have not claimed them as my progeny. In fact, they're Toreador. They're not my progeny. I was simply giving them advice. They came.
You knew that they had no idea what they were. So all that they know is directly under you. You took them into your home. You took them under your wing. You kept them in your domain. You did not notify the authorities and ended up causing us having to look for a bunch who was leaving a bunch of bodies. That was making a lot of questions. And with the threat of the Second Inquisition around,
Not really protecting the masquerade there.
or perhaps that was the point. Testing us, Dr. Keller? You can almost feel insulted. Kane, do you feel insulted?
A little bit. Wounded, even.
Look. What would you have had me do, then, Primogen?
The moment the first body dropped in our domain, come and inform us.
If you haven't noticed, it's only been a few nights.
A few nights and more than a few bodies. Quite the appetite your little Rose has.
And I have been attempting to manage it.
You seem to be in the middle of your office right now.
As I have duties to this domain that really are none of your business.
And I didn't ask.
And I must attend my duties as one should. I do not like you traipsing into my domain and accusing me of something that
It's not an accusation, they're facts. You, under your tutelage, allowed an organivore and their unregistered sibling to kill mortals outside of your domain, knowing full well what the consequences would be, and are now performing an investigation to end up ascertaining their sire, to which I do applaud you on your diligence. But the problem remains. Our domain has quite a few less vassals now. Because it's not just the bodies that happen, right? It's then the news that goes in. The fact that people are more worried to go out at night because people's hearts suddenly go missing and they're left to be found somewhere on the sidewalk.
Should be a typical night for the Arlington domain.
And what do you think happens when a overstuffed domain suddenly has a harder time feeding?
How is that hardly my problem?
Well, it does become your problem. See, if we can't keep that wrangled because they need to go elsewhere, they might decide to raid the neighbor's cupboard. After all, they owe us a cup of sugar, don't they? And if I'm to inform them as to why there's nothing left in the pantry, and they know that a certain doctor not only allowed it to happen, but encouraged it. Huh. Well, then they have little to lose. I don't want them to end up being in that position. I don't want you to be in that position. I would like to find a way to resolve this as amicably as possible. That's why we're here and not currently just talking to the sheriff.
It would have been easier to go that way. Because no amount of feigning ignorance or clinical detachment will save for the simple fact of you knew and advised them and let all this happen. Without telling anyone, without trying to stop anything. All those traditions that were broken, it falls at your feet.
And that's the word of Cain.
Cute. So what do you want?
Everything you know, and everything you learn.
Everything that you know, everything that I know is apparently of no use to you because you already know everything.
No. Cain.
I'm sorry.
This is a negotiation, and the Primogen. As Primogen, we can't be unreasonable. It's really quite simple.
And for all intents and purposes, you are not my Primogen.
Absolutely not.
I do not have to necessarily recognize you as such.
You do.
You have to recognize the title.
Maybe.
By decree of the prince.
Maybe.
I just points to Cain like, maybe. Was it not the prince that made the declaration? Would you break another tradition by ignoring his decree?
So many have been broken already. What is one more? It's a slippery slope.
I know you don't think much of the Arlington domain. Honestly, some nights not even I. And then that we're in agreement. So
then why do you care?
Because it's the prince's shithole. And we intend to try and make it out of solid gold if possible. So, with that in mind, I'm sure you will do your duties to your domain amicably. And so, we're going to elicit that same service. You owe us quite a few bodies, quite a few headaches, and quite a few near encounters with the Second Inquisition. You put our existence at risk, and in doing so, maybe pushing a little close to that first tradition. Thankfully, that has not been breached as of yet, through no small effort of the kindred of that glorious shithole. So you owe us significantly. and for us to maintain your secret until Elysium. Or we can just end up bringing your two little roses immediately and explain this situation and allow the sheriff to explain to you on how this is supposed to work. Though I imagine his schedule is more tightly bound, and he has far less patience than the three in this room combined.
So what, you want me to just issue you some bodies? Is that what you want?
And you
You could have any one of my patients.
Coffee, we can't hear you.
Oh? What? Hang on. What? Hang on.
Did the cat step on a cord, maybe?
I think the cat stepped on the cord.
Nope. Hello?
There we go.
Hello?
I don't know what it is. I think my mixer may have blipped.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I have to keep an eye on that because that's troubling. That means it's not getting sufficient power.
All right.
But with that, what Dr. Keller had said is, so you just want bodies. You could have any.
We're going to end up taking it in the form of a boon, a major one. Consider it your small, courteous, neighborly position towards the Arlington domain and your sympathies towards their own plight. If you have to make the pill go down easier. But you want those two alive, and they are now under our care. And we're not sure on if they're going to be around for the night or not, but the bodies aren't coming back. And everything amongst the masquerade, amongst our traditions, says they have to go. Now, if you're wanting them to stay, that's going to be a bother to us, unless we happen to agree with you. Now, you may not think much, but I think a primogen acknowledging your case openly, naively, if you will, might give you a little bit better chances of this going off with less of a hitch.
So maybe out of character, I'm a little bit confused because I don't know what you're getting at.
Okay.
What are you trying to do?
He has a vested interest, apparently.
Yeah, so we've acknowledged he's interested in these two, if only to find out who their sire is, but he wants them alive. Right? Otherwise, he would have reported this a while back, right?
Potentially.
So what Shriek is betting on is that he wants them alive and around. And he said that the next Elysium, he hinted that the intent was to do so. Now, he is going to need somebody to vouch for it, but that can be screwed up the moment we go to the sheriff right now.
Yeah, Kane's been implying the threat of, you've done all of this with an inaction, and, we could just go to the sheriff and I'll tie this or that rock around your neck and you can drown with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the idea here is that he's going to owe us a major boon, which that's no small feat. The Shriek's going to milk that for everything it's worth.
He wants to avoid that as much as possible.
The reason he wants that boon, or the reason he's asking that boon, is because between the bodies, so we've lost people. People are probably more scared to go out at night because of it. And if we don't stop it now, it's probably going to reduce our chase in the domain, if only for the fact that people are going to start hiding, which is not something we want in our domain, right? It also is alerting the Second Inquisition to potential problems, which is keeping them in our domain.
Not to mention human cops and such, which would further decrease our chase.
So the whole idea is because he's caused this much damage due to the fact that he didn't care what happened in the shithole, even though it's our shithole. Well, he just caused a whole bunch of complications. Now, either he deals with us, or we deal with the sheriff, and the sheriff probably beats out the primogen. And if that happens, his opportunity goes bye-bye. Both of them end up dead. He probably gets the lodestone around his neck if he's not killed for this, because it's a disrespect of domain. And just kind of laundry list of here's a million reasons why this turns into a complication. This headache can be avoided simply by you owing us a large boon, and we will assist with these two. But he's the one that's going to have to make the case. We will just simply back up his vote. That he says he wants to keep them around. We're going to end up assisting in that come the following primogen meeting.
Okay.
The thing that Shriek is not telling is that Kane actually wants them alive. Shriek can go either way, but he's more interested in the fact that he kind of ended up having this whole thing poop in the litter box.
Okay.
So that's his big thing.
Okay. So what Kane would be able to read from Dr. Keller, given that that was a very, very successful insight check, is that Dr. Keller's only interest in them was to find out their sire. Otherwise, he looks like he does not give two shits.
Okay, but does he care that I'm willing to tie this around his neck and throw him to the wolves?
Which will impede his investigation, as well as the loss of his only two witnesses. So it's more playing to his, or threatening his own personal interest in this.
Okay.
And I definitely wasn't being subtle in the intimidation aspect of it.
Right,
Nope,
right.
not.
I'm just trying to figure out what he would do in this instance, because he is a Machiavellian player and I am not.
Okay. If that's the case,
Because I'm sure he
might I end up making a suggestion then, Coffee? Let's
I have
roll.
no idea.
No. How about we make this a intelligence politics opposed?
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm down for that. We can do an intelligence
And-
politics opposed.
And if he refuses, okay, I will help you out with that.
Okay.
Could I add anything with an intimidation to try to...
Unless you have politics, you can't really assist in this moment.
I have politics.
Okay. Then you can assist.
I'll assist Shriek.
Because this is going to be a back and forth of politics that I am not keen on in that regard. So
That's why we have dice.
I'm dumb.
Hey, that's the point of the dice, right?
Right. So.
Oh, wow. I suck.
Well,
Out of 11. That
Well,
sucks.
since you're doing so, he's going to do so too. Because he does not want to lose to you.
There's a chance.
And he is spending willpower on it.
Alright, let's see what he gets. I got 4, he's got 3.
I want goose eggs. Fuck.
I will power.
Oh. Okay. So the back and forth happens between you about the ins and outs of the political this and that I have absolutely no idea what would even be going on here. But since you were the winner, he concedes. Reluctantly, but he concedes. And you can tell Kane, he hates doing this. He doesn't like owing a boon to anyone. He wants them to owe him.
Yeah. The Kindred of Arlington. Thank you for your assistance. We'll be seeing enough of each other, I'm sure.
Something you would know, actually, by winning out on that is Dr. Keller's hospital is indeed a key factor in the trading of bodies. So if you wanted replacements, he would be able to facilitate getting them for you.
I'm gonna hold off on that right now, though I could definitely pull that one out because it would basically be a minor. It's not him being threatened in his position any, but I will definitely take the win at this point and simply stand and go. We'll be in touch after we're finished with the twins. We will end up discussing bringing them back to you. And
you can do with them as you like. I don't need them anymore.
Being reasonable. And Kane would smile.
I look forward to you telling the court that you will wish to end up keeping them among the court. Hell, throw them in Arlington if you feel that strongly about it. After all, it is the shithole.
Wonderful things can grow and shit, though.
It seems like that's a perfect place for them, then.
I'm so glad to end up hearing that you will propose it. Of course, the Primogen of Arlington will offer their support. And assistance, if we can, to the finding out of their sire.
Good luck.
I would like to see it brought to justice. If only for the court's sake.
I get the sneaking suspicion that's already happened.
Let's hope so. Kane, darling, I'm growing tired. Take me to my limousine.
Kane would scoop, shriek up, and walk out of the place. He would put him down as soon as they got out of the office, but he is not going to leave that alone just because it would be funny as hell.
And as soon as you put him down, he slumps. Like his head goes down, his hair covers his face. Maybe a cockroach crawls off from into your denim vest.
And just kind of crush it and drop it on the ground. You going to be all right? Do you need me to actually help you to the van?
No, big guy, I appreciate it. I've had a long night.
Well, I think I might have something that'll cheer you up.
Just let's go and check on the witch while we can.
Coffee, where would my dead drop be in relation to this?
You're kind of outside of the Arlington area. You're a little further north than that. So getting back to your domain is like a 10-minute drive. And your dead drops, I would imagine, are in your domain.
Okay. Would it be a significant time sink if we went to the dead drop, then back to Alex? Because Alex needed, she said, I think an hour at least for the ritual.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's plenty of time.
Okay. Then, Shriek, you would notice that we're driving back to our domain a little bit inside of it.
Shriek's just watching the road, or watching out the passenger window. His head's just rested against the glass, feeling the coldness of it. Looking out. Guy honestly looks tuckered out.
You know, you are good at that, by the way.
Trick doesn't even respond. He's just. You might catch him looking at you through his reflection. Or in the window, but. He's just not moving. At all. Like all the energy has just been pulled out of him.
Are you going to be okay, though?
You got your pair of roses. What more do you want?
I want to make sure that you're going to be okay.
Furthest thing from it, my dear. Let's just get through this night.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up, and it'll probably be like a bus station, and I'll go up and like open a locker with that's been rented with a lock that we probably share a key, and pull out a folder. And I'll walk back and hop in the van and here, a present.
He grabs the folder. It takes him a while before he even gets to the point of cracking it open. And even then, he's passively looking. What is this?
Everything I was able to dig up on the van activity, including tickets, possible members, where they've been pulled over. Maybe we can find the pattern.
He just kind of closes his eyes and closes the folder and goes back to resting against the glass.
That's a job for tomorrow, though. I figured someone that's good at this should be able to put together what it means. I can get the information, but like you said, I'm not good at playing the game.
I'm so glad we finally agree on something.
All right.
And Kane would probably just drive in silence back to Alex.
All right. Alex, you have finished up the ritual. Everything's all good, and the information you have is available to you. The boys return, and
If she has any space of time between the between the finishing of the ritual and the boys returning, she will probably be explaining a few more things about being a kindred and specifically domain to the girls.
Okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's all something that you can do in the meantime, and so they're caught up. All right. So, with that being said, you all have joined back together. What do you do?
How did everything go?
Interestingly, I have a few things that I would like to discuss with you boys. Possibly not in the earshot of the young one, though.
Well, that's fine.
Does it have to be tonight?
Our job isn't done.
Sooner the
Ladies,
better.
it's been a pleasure. I'd like to congratulate you. You two may have a fighting chance after all.
Oh, well, that's good to hear.
You're welcome.
I'm going to look at them. Do you have a pen and paper?
Yeah. And Jordan goes off to find a pen and piece of paper.
I'm going to write down the number where they could reach me. If you get hungry enough that you need to feed again. Call that
You
number.
call us. You don't do it on your own. And you sure as hell do not end up talking to Dr. Keller.
Why not?
Because his vested interest in you staying alive was entirely based on getting to your sire. And the second that happened, it took a lot of convincing. I managed to wrangle giving you two a chance. Not a great one, but a chance.
I'm sorry
For what?
for putting you all through this. Maybe, and Julie speaks up, maybe it is just better that I disappear.
No. Oh, whoa. Where'd that come from?
My dear, you can be of use.
No. Alex, I've had a long night, and anything here short of a bubble bath and a manicure is not going to help it, okay? Not you talking either. So, what did I just hear, and which one of you two said it?
Julie kind of just sheepishly raises her hands. It just seems so. Everybody seems just so bothered.
Oh, bothered. Bothered. That's what you think. You want to end up talking bothered? Huh? You end up eating people. So what? You think that's the worst thing you could be doing right now? I stay in this house any longer and it's gonna fall on you.
Oh.
Blood affects us differently. While you may think this is a burden, it is not the worst thing that could happen in some people's eyes. The grass is always greener, and that works both ways. So, instead of complaining, or thinking that you should just not be here, take the chance that you're given. Thank this man for all the hard work he put in tonight, and try to do right.
Jordan, Julie. If Julie disappears, Jordan, I'm holding you responsible. First thing. Okay? 2. If I end up finding out that you two run, understand, I am really good at finding people. And I'd rather not be exhausted. 3. Don't make it so that this whole goddamn night turned into a goddamn waste of time. Because right now, I have done everything I can to make everybody else at least as less miserable as humanly possible. And given the fact that I'm a dead man talking, that's an accomplishment unto itself. Honestly, if I'm not getting a blowjob by the end of this, I don't know what I'm doing with myself. Alright. So, you two are going to think this over. You're going to call Kane. He's going to get you in contact. If you need to feed, you let us know. You let us know early. Don't hold it off till tomorrow. Don't hold it off till next week. You let us know immediately. We're going to figure something out. And
Outside of that, if you need anything else, you can show up at my shop.
what she said.
That's
But
the
I need-
address you left on the mirror, right?
Yes.
So, this nightmare is shared by everybody. And it's not going to get harder or easier depending on the number that we currently have. Our job right now is to figure out who the hell did this to us all. Alexandra is on the case. Now, if there's nothing else, I don't want to hear that kind of talk around me. And I got a bubble bath and a couple of raccoons to visit.
I hope it's bath.
And your mixer went out again.
Did it?
You know, I have questions about the raccoons, but I'll leave that.
CoffeeCat, give me a thumbs up if you want to transition to break screen at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back momentarily with some more Dead Man's Hand following these messages. We're going to go on break, deal with some technical issues, and you guys get the opportunity to go do what you need to do. Grab a drink, grab some popcorn. The show will continue. We'll be right back after this.
Oops. Oh, hello. Okay, there we are. I had to make sure that my mic was working. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. With everything kind of wrapping up with the two girls, the Toreador, Julie, and Jordan, and everything kind of getting to a point where they're going to be taken care of, as it were. Shriek having gone and done a lot of negotiating on behalf of these two, with Dr. Keller, as well as doing what he can to leave them in Alex's hands for perhaps a much better education than they probably got otherwise. But it is a new night, which means that our kindred can rest, can regather their strength, can go about their evenings with a bit of that morning freshness that one gets when waking up. But, well, these are dead things, and they must employ the blood and must rouse the blood in order to get their bodies moving once more. So I do need a rouse check from everyone for this new night. Alright, Kane's a little hungrier. Anna and Alex are the same as they were. And what about Shriek? Shriek's rouse check, there we are. And Shriek is a little hungrier tonight as well. But we might get we might get around to that and see what happens. For now, we're gonna focus in on Anna. Anna, you made the necessary connections and symbols and things of that sort to get in contact with Colette, letting her know that you wish to speak. And so, as if you possibly knew that she frequented this place with her coterie mate Fernando, you were able to find her here. You arrive shortly after she does, from the looks of it, as she's kind of leaned up against her car. She's wearing a sort of a sort of a nice set of clothes, a pair of slacks, a blouse, a bit of a suit jacket almost. Nothing super fancy. It's a little more casual, but her sort of long blonde hair sort of waves, just kind of frame her face very beautifully in this particular lighting. But you have caught her attention as you're walking up, though.
Hello, Colette. It's very good to see you this evening.
Hello, Anna. How are you?
I've been doing well.
Well, that's good.
And yourself?
I'm doing just fine. Things are a little stressful with the whispers going on about Second Inquisition, but I'm keeping my head on a swivel, as it were.
That's good. I had spoken to you previously about that and brought you word on it. At the time, I had asked you to help with any investigations to learn more that you could on that subject.
Yes, I've been very busy.
Well, perhaps I can share news with you.
Please. Perhaps it will give me some insight.
It comes as no surprise that it seems many of these vans have targeted those of the thin blood, or caitiff, I suppose is the word, demographic. At least seemingly, that's the case. But even if that is, any acknowledgement of them is still leading back to us. I happen to notice Gerard's bar, especially, draws in an interesting crowd.
Yes, well, I suppose he's one to maybe it's a part of his nature in some way that he maybe feels some kind of kinship or bond with those who may not have a stake in the Camarilla otherwise. Being that he is maybe one of only possibly 2 Bruja in the entirety of this court. So far as I know, anyway. So it stands to reason that those who would be kept at arm's length would also gather together.
It seems so.
Many kindred do not associate themselves with the thin-blooded or with the Bruja or with the gangrel, and rightly so. Most of these make up anarchs.
I'm of the belief. Coffee, I don't know if this has necessarily been shared with Anna. at all, but does she know that it seems like the vans are targeting specific groups of people, like trying to find like people who've been hurt in order to recruit and things like that? Does she know that? Did she get word of that from the rest of the coterie? Or am I completely isolated from them at this point? I don't remember that.
I don't recall either. Does anyone else recall whether
I
Anna's...
don't.
Nothing outside of speculation. We haven't.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Yeah,
I
that
don't think
was
we've had a chance to catch her up yet.
no.
Oh
'Cause
my
I believe
god.
that was Shriek that came to that realization. And I don't think that Anna's had a chance to talk to Shriek after that, or since they last did.
But that being said, Anna, you do have somewhat of a network of webs that you may or may not be connected into. So I'm going to say there may be whispers in the web about something like this. So go ahead and make me a wits and a cult.
That's all wits, dude. That's a whole 2 dice.
That's possible. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
there's not even
nothing.
whispers on the web. The cobweb, as it were.
All I hear is crickets.
Yes.
Shriek, are you there?
Ring ring! There are some things that we do know. For starters, one particular individual, a doctor, we recently leashed, who has been doing his own investigations, specifically regarding anemic patients and whatnot. With him under thumb, it does beg to question who informs these groups.
Well,
And also precisely where this information ultimately finds its base at.
That would be a very good question, though, wouldn't it? It's safe to say that these groups, the Second Inquisition, the little maybe splinter cells that they make themselves up to be, they're all made of mortals. Someone who has a stake in something, someone who lost someone that they believe that we took from them. Which, in all intents and purposes, would be true in many cases. A disappearing body, a person gone missing because they devote themselves 100% to the cause of a particular kindred, whether by choice or force. All of these things are our links to mortal. They are still mortal. They do still have people who care about them, people who will go to looking for them. Even the homeless have someone.
It makes me wonder, what would it be like if we could actually use this curse to actually be useful to these people?
Well, that is the calling of the Camarilla, isn't it? To shepherd mankind.
I've heard a lot of opinions. I want to believe that's the cause.
Even our prince believes that it is the duty of us as the Camarilla to guide, to mold, to be the shepherds of humanity. We need them as much as they need us. But it can never be mutual. It can never be out in the open. Because inquisitors will come. It
It's
happened
true.
with the first Inquisition. And it is happening with the second. It is all the same. Or at least, that is how it goes in the stories told by our elders. Because the first Inquisition came about, the Camarilla was formed. To give ruling, to give law to that which is lawless.
It strikes me as interesting how much you seem to know of it.
I'm a little bit of a historian myself. It's kind of a hobby of mine, actually.
I find it to be very interesting and useful.
I'm very good with a blade, but I am also very good with a book. Sometimes the pen is mightier than the sword.
Having a balance of both makes you rather efficient, I would say.
I try to be.
So, in the past, that's the case. How is it that our elders managed to see through the First Inquisition? What were their tactics, if you happen to know?
Well, I don't know personally, but based on the fact that we are creatures that can last an eternity and are really only ended by means of the sunlight or with fire or with the removal of one's head. Most any other injury is recoverable over time. And given that there are elders who have spent centuries underground just waiting. Some simply disappeared and waited. Until there was nothing but myth and legend and little more than stories.
Patience. Extraordinary patience. Time is not really something we seem to run out of.
The only way you run out of time is if somebody takes time away from you. Otherwise, why rush? You do not need to run in full force after your sheep, because they will just scatter. Instead, you nudge them in a direction, and they will follow. It is why I'm patient with my current situation. In time, things will work out for the better. Stories of my failures will become just that. Stories. Rumor. I will outlive them. And on a long enough time frame in a different city, even depending where I am assigned, I could start fresh, as if I were new.
Honestly, that feels like the most hopeful thing I've heard all week.
Patience is a virtue that all kindred are capable of, but few seem to have these nights.
I find a lot of value in what you've told me, Colette.
But at the same time, you cannot simply wait for the Second Inquisition at times, or they will find you.
I suppose that's our concern.
A balance.
Me. You say you're good at supposedly tracking. Is that correct?
I've been known to track down a few things. Are you missing
Perhaps you
something that needs found?
more like I need eyes on someone. I mentioned that the thin bloods and caitiffs seem to be the demographic most targeted. Either that's by nature or by some sort of scheme.
Typically, it is because the thin-blooded are the less educated. Sad to say. They seem to often get forgotten.
I think it's the fact that they do get forgotten. That tends to create this issue. I don't think they're all always necessarily uninformed or uneducated. There is one example I have. The Madame.
She is an old creature.
She's trained in espionage. And she has been at it for a very long time. So it strikes me as odd. It seems that she is particularly followed.
That may have more to do with her history than it does with her present, according to rumor.
Detroit.
Yes. A lot of things have come out of Detroit that are not savory. As far as the stories. While it may now be a Camarilla city, it wasn't always. And it is that history, possibly, that caused them to be destroyed. The Anarchs were destroyed in Detroit, from what I hear. caused their own destruction.
It seems that is ultimately the fate of anarchs.
That's why I do not care for them so. They will destroy themselves. And as a result, the Second Inquisition will also sweep in and destroy them. Or worse. Or worse, that they will learn more than they should know. And to know exactly how to destroy more of us.
That's precisely where my concern lives. Madame has been followed for so long. But how much of that history do we actually know beyond that? I feel like it's rather peculiar. She's made an agreement with me. She'll act as a, suppose, honeypot of sorts. And time will come. But I need to know what she does behind the scenes between that time. And I'm wondering if maybe it's possible to triangulate from her and the others that we are aware of are being watched, where a base of operations might be.
If you suspect a spy. Based on what you've said so far, having a spy amongst us.
It's not because I want to suspect her, but more so that I need to.
She is a threat. Either way. She is thin-blooded, so that makes her a threat initially. Thin-bloods are dangerous.
I want to believe the best. And she does wish to serve the Camarilla. She wants to prove her place within the court somehow, even though it's quite improbable. I want to believe that, but I need to see it. I need to know with certainty that she has not broken first tradition.
And so you want me to track her and follow her?
That's correct.
Then it shall be done, my Primogen.
There is one thing, Colette.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is done for free. What might I offer you?
I suppose that would depend on what I would discover. For now, I suppose we can call it a boon.
I'm willing willing to accept a minor one?
I think that would be appropriate. Given that my only objective is to follow and find information.
Then we have a deal.
And if I were to find unsavory information in this, should I bring it to you or simply act?
Bring it to your primogen.
Understood. Then yes, a minor would be sufficed.
Most appreciated. If you need to find me again, I've taken sort of clue from your methods. And Anna will pull out like a sort of like a little letter. It's a piece of paper folded up neatly. And when Colette unfolds it, it's got this like screen printing of what looks like a death head's moth on it. You'll be able to find where I'm at with building marked with that. Any building marked with that.
I will keep that in mind. And it's about that time that you hear that someone else is approaching Anna. And it seems that Colette's also hearing it too.
Anna's gonna look at what it is, who it is.
You would see that the Kane's walking in. And it seems that he's accompanied.
Oh!
He's accompanied, it looks like, by the Herald. Or Harpy. Whatever it is that you feel is more appropriate for this particular kindred.
Anna freezes for like half a second, and maybe Colette notices her just like analyze the situation, maybe have a little string of panic before recollecting herself, pulling back her shoulders and walking politely to greet the two.
And Kane, as the two of you are kind of walking together, Simon sort of just looks around and seems to take in the sort of warehouse that you've built this particular fight club into, and kind of looks around. It certainly looks like the kind of place you wouldn't or maybe you would suspect something like this to happen. That seems a little on the nose, don't you think?
Well, there's not that many places that I could build something like this.
There's not many abandoned warehouses in the entirety of Arlington, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You purposefully scare off individuals, he seems to say with a chuckle.
Well, we don't want random people to find their way in,
No, of
say,
course
after
not.
a fight and have someone hungry.
No, of course not, because that would be rather messy. But you did say something about this being a sort of site to settle boons.
It was a thought. I know that minor squabbles have been settled here, the merits of those competing. I thought that It could be with greater disputes, should you have a need of something like that.
Well, generally speaking, when it comes to boons, the enforcement of which is usually kind of dictated by myself as a third party, as a person who both understands when a pair of individuals go into a very sort of a large mutual agreement like that, and then being able to keep tabs on that sort of thing for when a dispute of the validity of a boon is called into question. It helps that I have a very keen memory.
I imagine that would serve you well, given your station.
Remembering who owes who what for centuries is definitely something that you can't really take physical notes for.
Well, paper trails. You don't want to leave any kind of a trail nowadays.
Certainly not. And we're not as isolated in this city as we once were, maybe a century or two ago. So, word gets around.
I imagine back before this country became what it was, that this might have been seemed like paradise in the isolation, given hindsight.
Well,
I couldn't imagine what it looked like watching something like this country grow up around you as you're setting up and existing all of that time. Still
well,
boggles my mind being so young.
given a long enough time frame, you'll see Dallas and the surrounding areas blossom much as our prince has watched the city's founding and since before. Much in the same way, you'll do the same if on a long enough time frame.
Well, one can only hope.
And it's about then that he notices that Anna and Colette are there. Oh, you have company already.
One of the regulars and one of my coterie, it looks like. And I would walk up and introduce.
Ladies.
Good evening, Harold Bar. Good evening, King.
Anna, Colette, it's always a pleasure.
Mr. Tenebris. Mr. Barr. To what do we owe the pleasure?
I'll kind of let the herald decide how much he wants to be said.
Well, Mr. Tenebris and I was just talking about the potential uses for this place.
I see. I'm sure there are a lot.
Well, it certainly has a lot of space, so if at any point we need to turn it into a temporary safe haven for maybe goods or something of that sort, it at least is already claimed by the Camarilla.
No, always an asset.
You never know when such things are going to be necessary. But the more immediate being that Mr. Tenebris here is also proposing that one could settle disagreements here. What do you think of that, Primitive Janana?
Settle disagreements here, and she looks at Kane, kind of like, are you serious? Like, for half a
Okay.
second before returning to Harold Bar.
Well, I thought, given disputes, if they were handled in an outward manner, with rules and things in place, perhaps it could stop some of the back alleyways that people might deal with things and overall be more of a benefit to the Camarilla. Maybe someone wouldn't go missing, something of that line.
Offering an official avenue from which individuals may settle their disputes.
And it makes sense that they would be settled here in this particular domain, given the the nature of this domain.
I'm sure there are plenty who would be most fascinated with the concept. Rowdy types for sure.
Mm. I imagine this is more to facilitate the sort of rowdiness that might come up between the constituents of your domain, and more than perhaps perhaps others elsewhere in the in the cities of Dallas and Fort Worth. But if it's an open sort of, I don't know, place, sort of a known quantity, perhaps, that this place would be facilitated by something like that, and myself serve as the arbiter of such methods.
My Harold, are you proposing that you yourself are facilitating these matches and quarrels here? Your duties as Harold being operated here instead of Elysium?
No, no. My duties are to Elysium and to the broader region of these cities. But if the validity of a boon is being disputed, obviously I am called.
I see. If I might make a suggestion then, you yourself are a very busy man.
Mm-hmm.
As you said yourself, your duties are henceforth to the city as a whole and Elysium. I want to make the suggestion that you establish someone to, I suppose, assist with the arbitration of those calls, determination of how the matches are.
I do have. Well, I would certainly have to ask the prince to be able to bestow title upon someone, but you're thinking of what is normally called a talon.
It would make sense to delegate something so that you do not have to pull your attention in too many directions.
Well, I suppose that's where you come in, Mr. Kane. You are the person who is already in this facility, often with the oversight needed, the ability to break up a fight should you need to. I see no reason why you couldn't maintain this sort of thing. It wouldn't grant you any title, per se.
However, I may serve the Camarilla.
Of
I
course.
speak simply
Frankly,
seem to.
I think that this is a bit barbaric. But if that is a calling that you have,
When I started this, it was out of a necessity that I saw a need to keep people even-headed, and for those that honestly enjoy it. I wanted to curb some of that so that it didn't get out of hand and cause problems.
You wanted to give some of these ill-tempered a place to let their beast run wild.
Better here than somewhere where it would cause a problem and a headache for those in charge.
And you're just wanting some official standing saying that boons can indeed be settled here. Without question.
It was simply a thought that it might be of some use to make your life easier as well. Instead of you having to make a call that might get you or an ire from some, you could have them settle it themselves and it wouldn't be anything, or it wouldn't be a detriment to, save you the trouble.
And this is out of concern of my position, of course.
As I said, I'm only looking to be of use.
I want to make another observation.
Please.
Kane, your current duties, as of right now, are that of Primogen.
Yes. But there are 4 of us, and we each have divided up our tasks accordingly.
Certainly.
I do not expect this to be a nightly affair. And I'll look to the Herald. How often are boons contested?
Well, some are pettier than others. We'll just put it that way.
Oh.
And of course, I offer confidentiality and in being able to keep a lid on things should the need arise.
Of course. I was not looking for any examples, just to ease my coterie mate's mind that it would not be too taxing, that I could not handle overseeing both things. After all, it's not my will alone that watches over this domain.
You are juggling a lot of plates, Mr. Tenebris. I would caution you not to be hasty.
If I might make the suggestion, there is another among this group who does frequent this establishment, and I believe who would be more than capable of arbitrating law in any specific legalities. And she will turn to Colette. That is, of course, the Banu Hakim's specialty.
Oh, I could, I'm in, I'm in no way qualified, I don't think.
But you yourself, Miss Colette, you mentioned earlier this night that you are a historian of the Camarilla. You would understand best how to settle considerations of the boon, and it isn't to say that you don't know how to handle yourself, separate people from these altercations. In addition to that, any time that Kane would be away, it would seem that you might be able to fill in that space. Of course, this would definitely put you yourself under Harold Barr's position and, I suppose, conservatorship in that regard.
Anna, I would like you to make a roll.
Okay.
I would like you to make a charisma persuasion.
Ooh, I'm actually kind of good at those. Can I rouse?
Of course you can.
Dope. I want those extra 2 dice. Please and thank you. Oh my god. Another success. I don't know. This character is changing me. Every time I get a success on a hunger roll, I'm like, yes!
Yay.
Thank fuck. All right.
Ooh. Ooh. That is a
Ooh.
crit. That is
Yeah.
7.
And it's not a messy crit.
Nope. It is just a regular crit.
It's just good.
It's just
good. I'll take it.
So the first thing you notice is you're kind of directing a little bit of your conversation to Colette. First thing you notice is that at first she seemed a little worried that maybe her position is going to, that her current predicament and position is going to speak unfavorably about her viability for such a position, such as maybe in everything but name being a talent in this particular domain, the talent of the herald here. But then you look at Simon, and he looks like he is genuinely considering it. You get the distinct impression that you speaking so highly of Colette may be actually swaying his decision on this. I will give it some thought, he finally says to you. That is, if you're available, Miss Crevier. And Colette looks to him and says, I certainly have an open schedule. Then we'll reconvene in a night or two. And we'll decide then. Anna, you already know he's going to say yes.
This has been a goal since I met Colette. Yeah. All right, cool.
Well, hopefully that will satisfy you for the time being. I must get back to my duties. Mr. Tenebris, I think you have your answer then. I will have... myself and Miss Crevier will convene in a night or two, and then at which point you two can then discuss where we go from here.
However you all decide. As I said, I simply wished to try to make things easier and, well, do what I can.
Fantastic. Hope you all have a pleasant rest of your evening. I have things to attend. The next Elysium is quickly approaching.
Have a wonderful evening. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. And he turns to turn around and leave.
And I will give a polite bow.
And
She
he will
will
acknowledge you all and leave. Colette just kind of looks to you, Anna, and looks a little dumbfounded.
You'll have to let me know whether or not that pays the debts.
Either way, I think it will.
It is always a pleasure working with you, Colette.
I'm even just having the opportunity and having him ask was more than I'd hoped. I, I, I don't even know what to say.
I would say, in this particular situation, hold your thanks to Kane. As he certainly was the one who built up that opportunity.
Looks like me and you might be working together.
We may. I have a lot of preparations to do. And she gives you a bow, Kane. She bows very deeply to you. Thank you.
Oh, I just came here with an idea. I'm glad that it's going to be put to use.
Even if it is
Knowing
not.
you. Yeah, knowing you guys for as long as I have. Just do right by people. This place, the way we built it, it means something to me. Make sure things are fair.
Well, he hasn't even said yes yet, so.
If he does.
When he does.
He's confident. Ah,
Well, I suppose I have an assignment that I really must complete before I start new duties, if at all. So I shall bid you all good night.
have a good evening.
You as well.
Thank you again, Colette.
She gives you
You
both
take-
an acknowledging nod and then turns to leave.
Once she's gone, Anna will turn to Kane. I believe we have some things to discuss. Mostly, how did you convince Harold Barr to even show up here in the first place?
I've done a lot to build this place up and make it what it is. I simply wanted to extend that to the next logical step. It was a attempt to make things that I've been doing meaningful. I've been trying to build myself a place in this world.
I'm genuinely impressed. I wasn't expecting that. Though I'm grateful it happened.
I will be honest. The thought of maybe actually earning a title myself made me feel good, but maybe next time talk to me before you throw something big like that out.
Maybe next time discuss with the rest of the Primogen when you decide to bring the higher rank of the court in.
Hmm.
But I see where you're coming from. And I have to rebuke. It fell in line with, I suppose, renovations I'm making.
Hmm.
If I would say anything, I'd argue you deserve something like Hound or Scourge.
Yeah. might be right.
As it stands now,
I don't. Oh, sorry.
you might have the opportunity to make that specific title ship your Fight Club, as dangerous as a concept as it is, has the potential to act as a pseudo-Elysium, not just amongst kindred of Arlington, but as the undesirables in the city in general. Many of them don't hear, but by large and far exist all throughout the entirety of the city. There are two sides to the law. There is the whistle and the hammer.
That is true. I know this place, I don't know if you quite find it distasteful or just scary, but it has served a purpose. It may not be one that people would like to acknowledge, but I've tried to make things run smoothly as I can. I just come at things from a different angle than most.
What angle is it that you want to take?
To be honest, there's always been a fairness. When it comes to sport in a place like this, there's simple, pure. It's one per thing, or, I was going to say one man versus another, but, one, it's one-on-one. There's no tricks, there's no cheating, it's whatever it goes. The strongest one prevails. The one who wants it more prevails. There's a purity to that I enjoyed in my human life. Life isn't always fair, but when you get in a ring, there's no excuses. You either worked hard enough to get to that point to win, or you get beat.
I see. Win at all costs.
Well, I've always been a survivor, so winning has been what I've tried to do all my life.
I don't see anything wrong with that. It's not exactly the life that I had lived. But success is worthy and foreseeable value. I think there's something that I really wanted to discuss with you, and it's that I do find you terrifying. But when I see you doing work that is meaningful, when I see where your conviction lies in that, I see the human side of you. The cane that acts like a kindred is the part that terrifies me, but the cane that acts like a human is the part I respect. And I want to see you with that, and in line with that. So when you tell me you want title, I think that's something I could help you with. I'm just a fledgling, all things considered. I don't think I'm stupid. Not entirely.
I wouldn't say you were.
And I can take advantage of a situation when I see it, clearly.
Oh, I'm glad you see the other side. Because we're all capable of terrible things. You can just see what I'm capable of just by me being me. Doesn't mean that I use it often or like to. Well, okay, let's be honest, sometimes I like to, but not in the most terrible ways.
There are those in the domain who do want to use it in terrible ways.
Yes. Even parts of me want to use it in the most terrible ways. And that goodness you speak of, well, he's trying to hold on to everything, fighting tooth and nail to keep that from happening. I don't think that with a long enough timeline, with how just changes I've noticed since I've become, I don't know where I'm going to end up, but I'm going to try to do what I can to mitigate that.
Maybe it's presumptuous of me. But would you let me help?
I'll take anything that would slow that down.
Alright. Then what we need, first and foremost, is to make sure everyone understands. Precisely, distinctly, what is the pen and what is the sword. The sword can do many things. And it can slay and it can protect. I think we do well as a sword that protects. So, I guess we'll start there.
Sounds good to me. I think It's going to be an interesting next couple of nights. Between Elysium, what's going to go on there, and what's going on here. Going to make for an interesting meeting. Oh,
I'd have to agree.
that reminds me. You haven't heard, have you? And I will make sure we're kind of alone and like walk over into a corner and sit down. And I will download Anna on the twins. Because Anna has no idea yet, so we have to get Anna up to speed.
The detached one. Little island.
Anna, you're now up to speed on the twins.
So we might have some new people to show the ropes and make sure they figure out their place. If the one needs food, get a hold of me. I have ideas. And honestly, if things should go poorly, I think I'm the best equipped to deal with it.
I would have to agree. I'll keep an eye out. I am. I haven't really met them yet.
They're amusing.
They must be scared.
Oh, they're terrified. They have no idea what they're gotten into. And they had no idea what they had done. So, should they survive Elysium, we're going to have to set that right and find whoever did this. I would like to have a nice chat with that person.
Question. What clan are they?
I believe they are Toreador.
You say they are without a sire.
Yes. Alexandra said that she could do something to figure that out, but she hasn't told us the results of that yet. I think we're waiting to do it all in person. To be honest, with all the things we had to do, Greek needed some time off, and I didn't want to pile anymore. I didn't want to be the straw that broke the camel's back.
No one said it yet.
That what?
The only other Toreador that's been in this domain was Bukato. She's gone.
Could be a possibility. I didn't think about that. But if that was the case, well, maybe that's what Alex was waiting to talk to us. Suppose we should go meet up at the shop. I also gave Shriek some things that we need to go over as well. Can I offer you a ride?
I would love a ride. I've been walking everywhere the past few nights.
We gotta at least get you a bicycle. We'll fix that later. Come with me. Can you drive?
You see, she just like... kind of.
Okay, we're fixing that too. You get the driver's seat. And Kane's going to walk her through driving back to the thing if she needs any help, and that's going to be a new thing.
Well, You say that, but when you go to your van, there is another passenger there.
Oh. Huh. And I recognize this passenger.
Yes, you do. It is a passenger
Yeah.
you've had several times.
Anna, I might need you to take an Uber. And he'll get out his wallet and give her some money. Because I think I'm going to have a conversation. I'm sorry for this.
It's fine. She'll hand the money back. I'll just walk. Who is that?
That would be our scourge.
Anna's gonna go up to the Scourge.
Okay. She's in the passenger seat of the van. She kind of looks like she's maybe doing some repairs on her teddy bear.
What did we name her?
Cynthia.
Cynthia, that's it. I had to find the new name. And Kane would walk up behind. Good evening, Cynthia.
Hi, Kane. You're
Cynthia,
Anna.
this is... Yeah, I was about to introduce you, but...
Good evening, my Scourge.
You can just call me Cynthia.
Cynthia. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And Anna, she looks like she is all of about 8.
Anna feels like she's in the middle of a horror movie right now, where there's like when you see the ghost children down the hall in like The Shining or whatever. That's how she feels about it. Play with us, Danny.
And
that scene is just running through her
should give
head.
you some of those vibes because she looks dead.
Mm-hmm.
She is pale. She is gaunt. She's got those very sort of glassed over eyes. But she's moving, so it's apparent that she is not, it's apparent she's not human.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit this evening?
I'm just here to see Kane. We're friends.
It's good
I
that
see.
you came. I wanted to speak to you anyways. I was going to go through the usual channels to set up a meeting.
I kinda already knew that.
Well, with how word gets around in the context that I'm sure that you have, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, I always keep an eye on this place. It's where a lot of the bad people are.
Hmm.
Well, I don't want to keep your conversation waiting.
Oh, you can come. I like meeting new people.
You wish, Anna. Nothing I have that I'm going to say is secret.
Well then, I might just be able to catch that ride after all. Nana will go ahead and climb into the back seat, as I assume that Cynthia's taken passenger.
She has.
Yes?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. And
Oh,
she's
yeah.
buckled in and everything.
Kane would go and climb into the tiny seat and buckle in and start driving. Do you need to be anywhere special, Cynthia?
No.
Okay, I
No,
was
I'm
going to
just
head
doing my
towards our shop.
rounds.
So if you don't mind, we could talk on the way there.
That's fine.
Okay. And he would start up and start heading toward the shop.
So what did you want to talk to me about?
I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
How did you become or attain your position? How I don't know how the court works, and I don't know how that all of that works. How do you become? How do you earn your place?
You work hard. I've been here. I don't even know how long anymore. It all just kind of bleeds together. I've been here a long time. I've definitely known the sheriff a long time. We've worked together a lot. Antonio's always been kind of like a mentor to me. The way you become Scourge is being very, very good at making things disappear. People, kindred, thin bloods, bad people. I'm very good at what I do. I always have been. Especially about those who break the rules.
Yeah.
Rules are everything.
Without them, things break down.
Exactly. And without the rules, everything gets bad.
Yeah.
You've been following the rules, right, Miss Anna?
I always do.
Good,
It's what's necessary to protect all of us.
good. Then we agree. And you can be my friend.
It's good to hear.
Why do
I
you
was just
ask, Kane?
thinking. Well, I was thinking about my future.
Future.
I want to earn my place. Right now, they have me acting as a primogen, and while it's nice to have a title, it's not something I've earned. You've known me for a while. You know I like to have earned my place.
Mm-hmm.
And I figure it was something I was thinking about. Everybody sees me and they sees me as scary. And they see what I could possibly do, and I terrify a lot of people. And if that's going to be the case, I'd rather that means something.
You don't just want to be a meathead, you want to be a meathead that's official.
It's not far off.
Like me.
I don't think you're a meathead either.
But I am, Kane. I told you. I make people disappear.
You
I
have the
make...
skill set of a meathead, but that's not the only thing that defines you.
What does define me, Kane?
You want my opinion?
That's why I asked, isn't it?
You could just be a meathead and do things, But the thing I've always liked about you that's defined you in my eyes is you have a code. You follow the rules. The rules are what separate us. You wouldn't do bad things for just any reason.
I'm not
There
like the
has to.
Anarchs.
No, you have to have a reason for this. Because if you just did bad things for no reason, then what would that make you?
Make me the same as them.
Then someone would come after you. I don't know how effective they'd be. But, at least I think that's why I think it's more than just a meathead. Meatheads would just follow orders. You have your rules, and I have things that I stand by too. If we were just meatheads, we would just be pawns and tools.
See, I think you have it all wrong, Kane. There's nothing wrong with being a pawn. Not when you have a king like Prince Orsi.
That's true. If you believe in someone that's calling the shots, then I could see comfort in that, but I don't know. I haven't known the prince as long as you have. I respect the man's position, and so far he has done. I have no reason, not that I would. How do I say this? He seems to be an honorable prince so far, and I do not mind serving him. But like I said, I have not known him as long as you, so I do not have not built the faith that takes time to forge like you have.
If I might interject,
Mm-hmm.
I think, as meatheads are, Kane is not quite eloquent with words, but I've known him long enough at this point to understand his meaning. He serves the ivory tower. That's where his conviction lies, in the traditions and the laws and judication of which. And that is per any prince or city that it might be in. Marcy is great, but the tower comes first.
She's not wrong, I think.
I can see that. So, you want to become Scourge one day? Is that it?
I don't know. I don't know if I would be the best scourge. I could do it, but I think I would be more of a hound or a sheriff of some kind eventually.
Then
Something unlike.
you're gonna want to get smart. You're gonna want to get good at sniffing out problems.
I don't know. What do you think I would be good as? You've known me for a long time, and you know a lot more about how the system works.
I think I think that you and I should just stay friends.
A diplomatic answer. Hmm. That's true.
You don't want my honest answer.
Now that you said that, I do.
No, you don't. Because you don't want me to hate you. I don't want to hate you.
Why would you hate me if you gave any honest answer?
Because what you've told me just now is that you want my job. I
No.
can't let you do that.
That's why I was thinking. I don't think I'd make a good scourge. I'm not strong enough, to be honest, yet.
And I don't want you
And the only
taking
way,
Antonio's job either.
well, the only way that I would be able to take a job from either of you is if you ascended to a bigger position.
I
I'm not
mean,
exactly old enough or strong enough to be better than you. And I never think I will be passing that.
if I might string along an idea, I do happen to know a hound within our domain that hasn't really been doing his job lately.
Oh. You mean Mr. Singleton?
It's unfortunate when we have to carry out investigations instead of doing our primogen duties. In
Okay.
his stead. Ones that Kane has been exceptionally skilled at.
Maybe that's where I should go. Question. Is Shriek gonna get mad if I punish Singleton?
Hmm.
You never know with Shriek. Sometimes I think he's just mad.
Because if you're doing the job anyway, I mean, what's it gonna do? Really? For him to be incapacitated for what, a decade? It won't kill him. I haven't been ordered to.
Well, I don't think Shriek will necessarily be mad, per se.
He got mad when I was just punishing that nun lady.
How about this? We'll talk it out first. And then we'll have Kane go ahead and tell you.
Okay. I guess I can wait.
It's most appreciated, my scourge. Cynthia.
Well, I think I'll get off here.
Okay. And Kane would pull over. And thank you for coming and talking to me.
You know where to find me if you need me.
Of course. And likewise.
Okay.
Have a wonderful night, Cynthia.
You too, Kane. Bye, Anna.
Have a good evening, Cynthia.
And as soon as Cynthia starts walking off, Kane would start driving away.
Yep. She walks off, kind of skipping along with her teddy bear in tow.
Make no mistake, if you think I'm terrifying, never mess with that one.
You just hear Anna ungrip the seat with a
That one is as deadly as she seems sweet.
And I'm almost certain she was about to blow you out the front of the window if you kept talking.
It would not be the first time me and her have tussled. I think that's one of the reasons that she likes me, is that she can't break me as easily as others, even if she does lash out.
Oh, she likes you because you're the one toy that doesn't break as easy. Okay. Anna finally just adjusts herself in the seat, trying to get comfy and not panicky again.
It stems back from when I first met her. I saw her squared off with 4 other kindred and thought that they were going to be preying upon a child, and lost my temper. Little did I know that those 4 kindred were cornered and about to meet their end. And I had no reason that I ever had to help her. She became a muse that night. And since then, I've had a friend that shows up every once in a while to talk.
That's... King, you keep very dangerous company.
Do I have a choice?
I would argue, yes, but it's beside the point.
If you've seen firsthand what she can do, you would not be keen on telling her no, unless you really mean it. But that being said, getting to know her, like I said, she is not without her convictions and things that I do admire. And she actually is amusing to be around. But, as you said, it's a double-edged sword that I'm playing with.
I will say, she is potentially your easiest connection to the sheriff.
That is true.
No particular hate on Raphael. But if it's that you truly want to be hound, you might as well plant the seed that he can't do the job.
It would be smart. I just think that's the logical place for someone like me.
Sure.
Deep breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth.
Well, now that you say it, I don't want to do it anymore. Nor do I really need to.
True. I was just trying to help you calm down. That,
I think having unexpected guests from the higher tiers of the court would be a great start to calming me down.
yes.
I swear. You concern yourself about earning a title, but you already have all the clout of one.
It's not the title that I want. That's the thing that may surprise you. I just want a place that I've built and earned. All the respect that comes with that.
I think the first thing you need to start acknowledging is what you define as respect. To some, respect means admiration, and to others, respect means fear. And to even then, some, respect might just mean obedience without emotion. There's a lot of ways to interpret it.
That's true.
Figure out what it means to you first. Otherwise, you're not going to understand entirely how to do this. And you're not going to make decisions clearly.
That's the thing. I found all of those avenues of respect acceptable. Some just are more distasteful than others. I may have preferences, but to me, respect is respect. Even simple civility goes a long way.
I hear that, but choose the one you wish to display. Because that's the one that is going to rule you in every decision that you will be making.
With that, I think we will transition over to the shop. So if you do need to catch up together, you can, which would mean that all four of you would be present.
Yep, if you will give me 1 second, Coffee, I need to run to the restroom.
Okay. For the moment, Kane will be preoccupied with his car and can re-enter the scene at a convenient moment. But Alex, Anna, Shriek, you're all together.
Alex actually leads them all upstairs. Actually, instead of doing that, she turns to Shriek. Would you prefer to have this meeting somewhere else?
Shriek?
No, not particularly, but then again, I don't have the luxury of locations. Who knew that being dead would still cause headaches?
Very well. She leads them upstairs.
Shriek, you can almost swear that you see termites.
Well, this is what happens when I keep coming back into the same place over and over and over and over again. Oh, great. Still, I try not to bring anything to mind. It's not like she didn't know what the heck happens.
Mm-hmm. All of them are aware.
All right. So, where would we like to begin on the itinerary, Alexandra?
Let's start with the twins.
Everybody's favorite subject.
Well, I didn't get to address yesterday evening what I found out from their blood.
Go for it.
When I looked in to see who their sire was,
Yeah, who they
it
happen
was
to be out, or where they happen to be from.
it's not somebody I've ever seen before, and I was unable to get a name. Meaning that either they are dead in the more traditional sense, or they're not part of the Camarilla.
I wasn't aware that your abilities were relegated to sect. Curious about that. Learn something new every day.
I simply did not recognize them.
Okay. So what you're telling me is final death, or something worse.
Exactly.
Great. Okay, that's lovely.
I
So what
can tell
else?
you that they are 13th generation,
Well, we could be grateful for some things.
and that their blood, they're simply full kindred, not thin-blooded.
Well, glad to hear that. So we got a boon wrestled in from Dr. Keller. And he's going to end up advocating for the twins to stick around so long as we'd agreed to bring them into our domain. So we're going to have to figure out how to resolve that headache, that eating disorder.
Am I here, Coffee?
Yes, you are.
I spoke to them in depth about that.
Yeah,
While
no.
she prefers the heart, she can eat other parts of the body. And her sister works alongside her.
I may have a solution for that.
A solution to her killing people, which I'll also add that she is very much not wanting to do.
Well, near as I can tell, the last time we talked, she didn't want to be around, period. And hey, you know what? No skin off my undead nose, but what can I say? I'd like to end up giving them at least some kind of chance. Hell, might even be surprised.
Well, like I said last night, it'll be interesting to see if two roses can grow in shit.
Kidding? Have you met a rose? That's what they here do. I mean, they literally bathe in fertilizer.
But yes, I have I have an idea to how to procure food for them.
What's your idea?
I know people with access to corpses. If I can get it fresh enough, perhaps no one has to die.
Oh shit, I just remembered that Kane's sire runs a mortuary service. Duh. Okay.
Yeah.
That works.
That would be ideal for them.
Alright. Here's a
And
question for you. What's it going to cost us?
I don't know, I will have to speak to my sire.
Yeah, because that kind of thing is something that I don't think is going to be given away for free, especially when he finds out why.
No, but if it can be worked out, something that they can work off, maybe he has two new Knights crew members to work for his place.
Well, somebody's going to have to inform the Hound either way that the situation's being handled.
I'll bring it to him. After all, I was the one he gave the lead to in the first place.
Fantastic.
Might as well keep in touch with him too.
Speaking of the Hound, Hannah had an idea.
Well, there's a few things I wanted to share with the class. Kane had two very interesting guests this evening. Both the Herald and the Scourge.
Okay, if nobody else is going to say it, I'm going to say it. Kane, how is it for somebody who has absolutely no capabilities whatsoever in the realm of court? Is it that everybody in court seems to suddenly be revolving around you?
Well, with the Scourge, we have history. And I brought a proposal to the Herald.
You brought a proposal to the Herald. Okay, this is going to be good. Anybody got a fainting couch?
I think I bought you one.
Right.
That would conveniently be at your own home, Shriek. Being devoured by termites.
Hey. So long as there's enough of it for me to fall on before it falls apart. As I fall apart.
Might last another week or two.
They can be replaced.
Okay. So this meeting.
It was to suggest a place if disputes were to be had over boons, that it could be settled.
Well, it's out in the ether now.
It is. And along with
I-
that, I proposed that Colette Crevier should be considered a Talon within Arlington.
Paulette, a Talon.
Yeah, that one
Oh,
took
this
me
just
for
gets way
surprise.
more delicious.
Hmm.
Well, at least that's some good news. Well, hopefully then my little good deed doesn't end up biting us all in the ass then. Look, we need to end up getting this straight. What exactly are we all trying to do here? Besides the whole, we'd like to end up having a thriving domain in the name of the prince and all that kind of stuff. What's our goal here? I'm just kind of curious.
I'm just trying to do what's expected of me, but I've never really been receiving much instruction on that front.
You've been doing surprisingly well, all things considered. Better than the girls, anyway. Very impressed. Darling, you wear it well.
It's appreciated.
But let's think about this in terms of, oh, I don't know, envision. Because I think that's something that's really lacking amongst us. Can't say I'm much of a visionary myself, but if I had to guess, well, I think I'm starting to see why it is that this little group ended up coming together. Why we're put together. You ever get that feeling like you're being played? Let's start from the top, shall we? Let's go youngest to oldest, shall we? Anna's that beautiful little bleeding heart who, the second you end up putting anything in the front of them that might end up being less than pleasant, immediately has this need to take things under their wing, trying to end up bringing it all together, trying to smooth it out, no rough spots. Cool, calm as a cucumber for, well, the least amount of damage anyway, if not the greater good. Always a good idea, and always good to have at least one. But then we have Kane. Kane has always had a problem with bullies, you see. Has an issue with people flouting it too much, trying to end up going hammer fisted. Everything can be resolved with a fight, right degree of pressure, socially or otherwise. 15 pounds to pop a bone, kids. Then we have Alex. And Alexandra has this look at trying to end up having the instincts of almost like a coterie mom. Trying to end up making sure that everything ends up coming together, and here's all the little details. Don't worry, you can meet at my shop. Don't worry, I'll end up getting in contact with somebody. Don't worry, I'll end up finding ways to end up handling it. The biggest thing is trying to de-stress, trying to de-escalate, if I might use that verbiage. So, with that in mind, you kids and mommy, then I guess you gotta ask, who's your daddy?
That is a
Kane would put his
disturbing
hand
mental
up.
image.
I will never call you daddy.
My point stands. It would seem that at this point, the reason we were brought on is because, for the most part, we try to end up making that image of trying to end up being velvet glove, easier to hide an iron fist, like the prince tends to use. So, with that in mind, and a domain that's looking to blow itself up at a moment's notice due to missing primogen, infighting, Second Inquisition, thin bloods running amok, and God knows what else is here amidst the myriad of derangements and screw ups. Our job seems to be trying to find some ways that keep the peace while offering a degree of plausible deniability. Playing our better selves to end up, well, hoping that our better natures might end up placating, or at the very least, we'll end up getting eaten in the process.
Makes the name Dead Man's Hand all the more apt.
So, knowing that about each other, we got a potential boon in one hand from a dear doctor going in another domain. We are being known as individuals who come and help whenever required. Very hands-on touch, if you will. And I know some of you like to be hands-on. I know I do. But outside of that, let's think. What else do we have? And what do we actually want out of all this? Other than the whole peace, quiet, little bit of stability, and everybody trying to get along, dishing it out in the ring if there's a problem.
Oh, I'll tell you what I want, and then I'll tell you an opportunity that came up should we wish to pursue it. I want to earn a place in this Camarilla and the respect that goes along with it. That's all I've ever wanted. It's simple, and some of you may roll your eyes at that, but I want something that is mine. Now, we do have a boon that Shriek has, but we also have a place to advance one of us to another position in the court.
And you believe that should be you?
Well, that is what has been planted. Anna had an idea and sowed the seeds, should we wish to see them come to fruition.
Oh, look at our little Malkavian.
The idea, functionally, is that we suggest that Kane acts as hound within Arlington. My reason being is that this allows us for that hands-on approach in all investigations, and as far as I can tell, and have been observing thus far, that's precisely what's been going on. We're already doing the work.
Just put a little bit of an official stamp on it, huh?
In addition to this, it also allows Kane to, I suppose, flaunt that authority.
Everybody's already terrified of me. If we can use that.
I am wholeheartedly against this. I have seen 2 instances where someone has disagreed with Cain, and his response was to lash out violently or to threaten.
And I've seen this exact same behavior from Raphael.
Rather than handle things with any kind of diplomacy. Raphael is willing to work with us.
Have I shown that I am unwilling to work with anyone?
Yes, you have.
When?
The fact that you need to ask is a problem. Anytime. Actually, let me raise this. I dislike the fact that you turned somebody that you supposedly cared about into a ghoul, and I made that known.
Yes.
Instead, you threatened
You
me.
went. No, you
Instead of
insulted
leaving,
him.
when your ghoul insulted me. I've seen you put Shriek damn near through a wall because he disagreed.
And I regret that, and I have apologized to him. I have tried to make amends. And I would like to know when
What's next,
I have
Cain?
ever refused to work with you.
What's next, Cain? Who does it have to be that disagrees with you for
now
you to put them through a
insulted
wall?
my ethics and said that I would not work with anybody. When have I ever not worked with you? Did I even hesitate when you called for help? Even given our our current circumstances of not liking each other.
As a side note, Anna's gonna lock arms with Shriek and just slowly step back
I have not
from both of them.
I have not once shown that I am unwilling to work with any of you. Even given the disrespect.
No, you're right. I was wrong there. You're willing to work with anyone, so long as it comes to your own end.
No.
And it doesn't matter who you hurt in the process.
You know nothing about me then.
I don't know anything about you.
You think you do.
Have you shown me anything to the contrary? As it stands, I am against this idea.
Because of course she is, Cain.
I'm sure she would be. But it's not unexpected.
When has she ever cooperated with you?
All right. I see what's going on here, darlings. I see. Alexander, I appreciate your concern. Allow me to give you kind of a cost-benefit analysis here. Just good old-fashioned number crunch. You run a business, you can appreciate numbers. So let's run the numbers. Say Cain gets his little bit of a title. Okay? And say he operates exactly as you predict. Well, that's going to work up until he runs across something a little bit bigger or a little bit meaner. And there's a lot of that. Some of them don't weigh more than 40 pounds in this city. And then, well, Kane, it's in the job description. So if you want to end up doing that, I trust you know well enough to know that you don't get the choice now on what's on your plate, whether you bit off more than you can chew or not. In which case, if that moment happens, congratulations, Alexandra, you can end up saying, I told you so, to a pile of ashes. Now, Kane, you want to end up saying that you're not going to run around that? You're not what is presented? Well, I said that I think that the prints that bring us together for a reason. Prove it. Because I think I'd rather you do the leg work and the leg breaking work by sanction of a council of 3 under the orders of a single prince than you running off on your own accord. We operate together after all. Whether we like it or not, every one of us is 1/4 of a primogen. While the title has to be respected, let's be real here. Not one of us carries the power to end up holding this title on their own. Not if somebody really wanted to contest it.
There's a reason I always go to you and give you the information.
That
I have a
might be.
purpose to serve.
That might be. But I'm telling you that while that might be the case, know what that fully entails. Because sure as shit, I am not going to be grabbing a baseball bat and charging into the fray. I am not built like that, honey. These nails are far too delicate for that. So when you end up deciding to end up taking on this, know what you're getting into. Alex, good news is if he's doing that, it means he's for the most part out of your hair. And it also adds a little bit of desperation for people to come to you to end up venting about it. It gives you a little bit of a leg up because you're part of his leash, the thing that to make sure that he doesn't go too far. Seems to me that right there is a huge win for us as a coterie in being able to simultaneously ingratiate ourselves into the Arlington area as well as begin to cement what authority we do have with some actual backing. Politics is nothing more than violence ready to happen at a moment's notice, after all. But I share your concern. As you said, he did the same thing to me. I'm not going to deny it. And while he has tried to end up making amends for that, once bit, twice shy. So, the way I see it is that worst case scenario, this sorts itself out. Best case scenario, you have an ally who actually has the strength of title to end up operating as the law enforcement you need for this potential clusterfuck we call a domain.
As much as I hate to admit it, when you are correct, you are correct. I'll trust your insight on this, Shrew.
Good. So, we're going to end up going with this for the meantime, until situation changes it to be untenable. Until then, Kane, I expect you to behave as though you are worthy of such a thing. But if you're wanting respect, well, guess that depends on what you're looking at. See, respect is actually surprisingly simple to think about. It's really simple. Respect is just, would you do it, considering who this person is? Be it honor, be it fear. So long as every little thought that comes in somebody's brain, they immediately go, I have to account for you. I have to account for how you might behave, or what you might think, or what you might do. That's all. That's all respect is. It makes people act just because you might.
He's just going to sit there thinking.
Now, here's my stance. I put my neck out. I stuck my neck out to give those twins a fighting chance. My expectations of that, from what unless I was reading the room wrong, was that two of you who were very fucking interested in trying to end up keeping these two roses on this side of the grave, and not a pile of ash currently being eaten by a Roomba. We all, am I reading the room right?
In my case, absolutely.
Kane?
I think they deserve a chance.
All right. So don't ever say that I never delivered for you.
Of that, you will have no claims from me.
Good. Because if they're going to be a part of this domain, you guys can know the duel the nursing. But Daddy's going to have to get his belt one day if they cross the line. I don't want to have to do that. What I want to end up happening is for them to end up operating. You tell me how they get fed. You figure that problem out. And I can find you some places to put them to work. Give them a sense of purpose. See, that's the real trick to this whole thing, is giving people a sense of purpose. And I can be good at that when I want to be.
What is it
Because
that you want, Shriek?
same thing everybody wants. A little song, a little dance, a little romance. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna step out before the roof caves in.
Appreciated.
Is there
Oh.
anything else I need to end up doing?
No, but I'll get my other copy of the data and give it to them. See if we can figure out something.
I'll look over it later on tonight. Just have to make sure that we're all on the up and up. Anna, would you be a dear and walk me to my car?
Absolutely.
I love a chaperone.
She'll leave with Shriek.
When you're outside and starts walking down the lane, he's still holding your hand that's clasped to his arm. Funny thing, out of all that little bit of planning, all those wonderful brains that you have scrambled up in there, you never asked me the obvious question.
Oh?
Why did I end up saving two very problematic kindred from the gutting and the burning? A pair of empty-headed twins that are just wanting to end up existing, dealing with this nightmare we end up calling living death. Why I would listen to what Alexandra and Kane had to say about the matter. Aren't you just like this bit curious?
Yeah.
Because of you, Anna. Because of you. He pats your hand before starting to walk off into the night.
Elsewhere, a bit of a honeypot had been set in motion. A woman, thin blood, going out for a night stroll, minding her own business. When she's attacked by people in hoods and shoved into a black van. It's a pleasure to meet you, madame. Now let's get down to business. And I think that is where we're going to call the session for tonight.
Oh boy.
Oh dear. My head is spinning. Derek, I'm gonna need you to DM me the why of that. What? Anna was gonna guess it's because you don't like to just watch, but
The fun part about Blaine Shriek is when he has those incredible serious moments. It's something worth listening to.
Mm-hmm. Well, that concludes our session for tonight.
okay. Yay!
Give yourself a round of applause.
That was a good session.
I'm glad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you guys.
Also, yeah, holy shit, Kane has a ridiculous amount of clout. It's
It helps to know a scourge who likes you.
Oh god, that is like, Anna's not wrong. That is the biggest double-edged sword, though.
It is. It really is.
Because like, you know, on her whims, like she could put me through a wall, and the only reason that we're still friends is like I'm big and strong enough that I can play back a bit.
A bit.
Kane
A bit.
being like,
If she was serious, no, I'd put up a hell of a fight, but I'm not surviving that shit.
You know how there's some breeds of dogs that just no matter what toys you buy them, they destroy them, even if they're very, very durable?
I am
You just
aware of
happen to
those
be one
dogs.
of those extra durable toys.
Yeah, I'm one of those like acrylic dog bones that are like, it'll last like a year, but it's still going to get destroyed eventually.
Oh, yes, because that dog has the jaws.
guess you could say he's a Kane Corso. Okay.
All right, get out.
That's it. Sit in the corner. You're done.
No, honestly, having Anna in the car amused the fuck out of me. And I'm pretty sure it did for Kane too. Because it's just like, oh, wait, you shit razor blades around me. Let me introduce you to the little monster.
I had to emphasize the peels claws out of the seat when she's gone.
I'm just amazed that Kane did not get his ass handed to him for some of the shit he was saying.
Oh, Cynthia
Because,
was this
oh
close.
my god,
This close.
that was so dodgy.
Thankfully, Cynthia has the willpower of an elder.
Yeah, well, I'm stupid and young. I was like some of those I'm like, this is what he'd say. Let's see if I get drop kicked out this driver's door.
Oh
You
yeah.
know.
Oh yeah. Be thankful that she has the mental fortitude of a wizened Bruja. Even though she might have a temper, she might have the willpower to be able to keep her frenzy in check.
Oh yeah, because Kane wasn't throwing digs or anything. He was
No.
legitimately asking those questions.
No, he
because
was.
He
And
doesn't
she was
know.
feeling threatened by the fact that you were asking legit questions.
Yeah.
Because you want her
That's
job.
probably one of the few. That was one of the few times I've probably actually, instead of just having fun with her, and our normal thing of like, I would legitimately like, you are very old and know shit. What do you think?
And you asked her the question, how did you get your job? She answered, and you said, I want your job. In so many words.
Well, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't know if I don't think he would be a good scourge. But then he thought about when she said that I don't want your job. He's like, no, you're right. I wouldn't be able to take your job unless you got a better job. Because I'm not better at it than you are. And that, like, Kane didn't think of it that way at that point. I knew that, but I just wanted to come out through play, and it would have been fun.
And it's just like, I am going to get in a fucking car wreck tonight. I am going to die. I don't even drop good loot, man. This is bad.
Well, see, that's one of the best things about playing a guy like Kane and just being me. Is like there's an obliviousness that we both can bring to this, and it will make for interesting dumb shit to happen.
Strong narrative choices.
I'm not gonna lie. I was very proud on the fact that I'm watching Anna and Kane about to end up going at it, and Streak perfectly threads the needle.
Oh no,
I was
Kane
so
wasn't.
grateful.
Kane wasn't close to like going to doing anything. He legitimately is like, okay, name one instance I've refused to work with you.
Alex
I may
actually
think you're a
was kinda
disrespectful
close.
bitch.
3 lines is all it would have taken for that to change. I assure you.
Probably.
Like it's not the he wasn't about to frenzy. It's because that's not how I work, right? And that's not how Shriek works. He's not thinking about what's happening now. It's let's fast forward this conversation in 15 minutes. Is one
Let's
of
see
them
what
still,
happens.
or is
Yeah.
both of them still standing?
Yeah.
No, we're gonna turn before we see the iceberg.
Anna
Yeah,
just grabbing Shake and being like, no.
Alex was kind of on the edge
I-
there, probably because she's also really fucking hungry.
Yeah.
Showcasing that Anna has absolutely no qualms about using Shriek as a human shield.
No, she was walking back with Shriek, like, we're leaving together if
Anna
this stuff
takes 2
breaks
steps
out.
back, pushes Shriek 2 steps forward.
Anna recognizes, like, we're both
Not
We're,
built
we're,
for this.
we're not the physical
fragile.
combatants here.
Yeah,
Yep.
no.
We're the fragile ones.
These two can beef it out just fine by themselves. This is a them problem. We're leaving.
I have a feeling.
However, in this exact moment, Shriek illustrates his portion of the party. Why he's here. Ironically.
Yes.
The shit stirrer is also the one who seems to be able to navigate choppy weather.
Well, you gotta be if
Well,
you're
when you
stirring
cause
shit.
when you cause enough problems, you know how to deal with those problems too.
It's truth.
You can see those waves and ride them out.
So proud of Anna. Anna learned a very important lesson, or showcased learning a very important lesson. When shit's about to hit the fan, step to the side of the fan.
Oh man,
This boy, he came and bothered me.
it was a good session though. So many cool things happened.
Yes, yes, indeed.
I finally achieved, like, since meeting Colette, I finally got to that point where I could officially put her in a position of title again, and I'm like, yes!
Not
contain
gonna
my
lie,
excitement.
I was debating on two ways Kane could have went with that.
I'm fully aware. and I was just like, no, you're a hound, buddy. You're not made for the talent thing. You're a hound.
Vancouver says, "Don't create the social poison unless you have the social antidote." Right, Derek?
I like Vancouver. I like to think I play it well.
Yes.
I maybe that's ego talking, but I'd like to think I play it well.
Well, your ego's built on a foundation, because you're definitely not writing checks your ass can't cash, but because you have played some like good characters, so.
Well, the big thing that
I had to give a shout out to Vancouver because they're always here. So
yeah,
go give them a follow because they put out some great content, including on YouTube. I've been watching your YouTube shorts.
Don't go to Vancouver. 'Tis a silly place.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Coffee. I'm gonna call it pretty soon.
Yeah. We're calling it here pretty soon. So we're going to do the experience, and of course you can recover willpower if you have things that you can and will do to do that. So we have our experience to dish out. We have one experience for everybody who showed up at the table. Congratulations, you are one step further to your goals.
Yay!
Then we have our roleplay prompts, which are who had moved the plot, who had the best scene, and who had the best line from tonight. So, plot mover.
I want to say Anna.
I think it would be me or Anna. Because Anna made some big moves for other people and Kane made some big moves for himself. Plus the finally being able to put the dossier about the whole van network out.
I'm kind of in agreement on that one, to be honest. Which one I would vote for, though?
That's the question.
I want to be greedy and vote for myself.
Well, there's two Annas, and then one Kane and Anna. So what? No.
Yeah. So I guess Anna is where we're going with it. So I'll just vote Anna and make it a clean
sweep.
I can't give Kane half a vote to tie it up.
Yep.
Well, I guess I could if we're playing off of that. I can always just play in half with Kane and Alex. But that's me gaming the system a little hard.
Yeah, we game the system enough as it is.
I'll admit it. That's half the fun.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. The best scene.
That one I actually do have to get between Kane and Alex because it was roiling there. It was a little boily.
Yeah, it was getting pretty juicy. I was like, I'm stepping back.
Like every time, like those two are just like,
I'm stepping out of the splash zone too.
That's what you get when you get two mouthy people with strong personalities in a room that disagree.
Bruh.
Kane and Alex are legitimately like water and oil. They do not mix.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not at
Jeez,
all.
I never thought I'd see a relationship that makes Pax and Yvette look healthy. Dan.
How is he wrong? Is he wrong? Come on.
Oh god.
Mostly because I'm fishing for 1 point of experience right now, but I might be able to make an argument for it, is Shriek specifically going to the doctor and cornering him with this shit.
Oh god, you're right. That entire scene was like, you drove that home. I was like, oh yeah, we're playing a game that's kind of political. I was reminded.
I will have to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I was gonna vote for Alex for the simple fact that she played off the mummy thing that at the beginning of the session that Shriek pointed out at the end there.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd have to go with Shriek because I actually enjoyed that playing in that scene, and like I think it was good. It like showcased Shriek in his natural environment, pulling out all the stops, and like honestly, like I'd love to vote for myself because I think I had some decent scenes tonight, but just the simple fact of how good that scene was and how much fun I had in it. So I'm going to go with Shriek.
I'm gonna have to follow up with Shriek. I changed my vote. I'm sorry, Alex.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's Shriek.
I'm watching the cat try and devour a headphone glasses.
Yes.
That cat is going to choke itself to death, and not in the fun way.
No kitty.
Nom 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 nom.
He must. He must.
He is
must.
like glasses must come off.
He is the type of cat that must put his mouth on everything.
You got to be like lacing your power cables with nothing but hot sauce at this point.
No, he doesn't go after my power cables, but he does knock over all of my shit.
Now see, there's the simple fact that I'd like to point out between dogs and cats.
Press his keys on my keyboard.
I had a dog who chewed through a power cable once.
He didn't do that
lit
again.
Up, it lit him up. He never touched another one again. I have seen my cat chew through power cables and light his ass up, and he won't stop because he's a fucking idiot.
Fried his long-term memory on the first one.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, sweet
Sorry.
baby. All right. So who had the best seed? Was that
Shriek.
Shriek? All right.
Being Shriek.
Best line.
I had a few.
That's a toss up for me between Shriek and Kane.
I only just saw the poll.
So-
Maytag. You got the audience. You got the audience vote. Maytag. Thank you,
So
Storm's
line
Fate,
for
for all the points.
Kane. Line for Kane. If I hear the words patient confidentiality come out of your mouth, I might lose my temper. And
Yep.
for Shriek, Kane, darling, I'm feeling tired. Take me to my limousine.
Both were so good.
Both of those lines were great.
I have to vote for myself for that one because, like, I think it was a good line.
My big contender for tonight is like it's not like funny or anything like that. It just like I felt my entire fucking heart stop.
Poignant.
Is Alex saying I disagree wholeheartedly. Like it felt like the entire world just stopped at that moment, and I was like,
It was definitely a very poignant line.
So right now it's 1 vote Kane, 1 vote.
Greek, 1 vote Alex.
I'm split.
Yeah, Mox voted for both of us.
You know what? I got what I wanted. So not for actual reasons other than me trying to potentially earn a little bit of favor later on down the line. I'm going to vote Kane.
All right. Kane it is.
Thank you very much.
And Maytag was definitely the audience's favorite today.
I love the fact that that's what people have latched onto. Like, all right.
I'm gonna make a BTTV emote. It's basically gonna say Kane. It's gonna be the letters Kane, but it's gonna be a fridge.
That works.
Oh man.
All right. Well, that does it for us. Everybody's got their experience. So now let's find out if there's somebody to raid tonight, and if so, go say hi. But most of us are probably going to bounce out for tonight because it is rather late in the Central Standard Time zone, and so yeah, we're probably.
Dude, it's even getting later here.
And we're probably gonna raid and ditch. Let's be real. But you all are welcome to hang out with whoever we raid. Felix, oh my God, stop! You have to yeet the cat. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. We shall be back next week with more Blood and Iron on Wednesday next week. So, say good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
I come
Still
with a
don't
5-year. Oh shit! I was gonna say I come with a 5-year warranty.
Still don't really like the idea of Kane being a sheriff of all things.
Mm.